They're eating the dog. They're eating the dog. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back.
Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, exclamation point, for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point.
When we know that she was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people.
And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. They're eating the dog. They're eating the dog. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets. They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
Exclamation point.
the dog, 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 the cats, 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 the dog, 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 the cats, 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 the dog.
Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the song, it's from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Everybody.
Jack is coming to town. All the viewers gather around. Twitch and YouTube is where she streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, Riverboat Jack, Riverboat Jack,
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the dog, eat the cat, eat the dog, eat the cat, eat the cat, eat the cat, BWA.
Damn, Paladin Lost dropping bars. Thank you for the $15 dono, kicking off the stream on the right note. Whoa. What's that? What is that? Could it be? Could it be? Boom. Gee, I don't know. I don't know what this means. So weird. I don't know. I guess we'll have to find out if we hit that number. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's a bad thing. Who can say? Also, hello, Metal Kitty Mom. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, Jazz Dog. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, OS Crane. Hello, Robber Adset. Hello, Rainbow Krampus. Kane from Near. No, I will cosplay her someday. Hello, Alt Fact. Hello, Gwennifer. Hello, Preston. Hello, and Preston, I am so degenerate. I read, "Hey, good girl evening" instead of "Hey, girl, good evening," because that's just where my brain is. Hello, Draconics. Hello, Worshipper of Olympians. Hello, Feistiest Bard. Hello, Cristinos. Hello, ACAB includes Tome Police. Hello, Look at the Trees. Weapons Grade Riz. You better believe it. And if I look tired, it's only because I just got home after running like 7 miles. So I'm a little tired. This health arc is taking effort. Hello, Olive Rider. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Mr. Miyagi. Shimperfy. Keeping the memes alive, guys. I love to see it. Chat's not the only one with bottom energy this stream. Look, someone has to support the floor of the stream, okay? Chat could be in an Underworld movie. Look, maybe. Maybe that's my goal. Maybe I want to be in the 10th Underworld movie. You know, background extra vampire. Zoe W, hello. Are you shimpressed? I am shimpressed with all of you. Thank you. And I did edit it into a segment, so you guys are getting the shimp and Niet Russian segment. Hello, Kev from Mars. Hello, Priscilla. I'm not ready to bring Gregor back, but I probably will at some point. It's okay. I've heard that Niet Russian is a very private person. I would never want to bother him. Hello, Mission Shimpossible. God damn, guys. Hey, Rhapsody. How you doing? Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Ryla. Grigor. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Expeditious Mallard. Not to be confused with Very Knifey Duck. Shimpool. Oh, Gamer G. I'm shimpressed. Hello, Snuggle Kitten. All right, folks. So I want to start off stream with something really sweet. Okay? I want to start with something sweet, but also a lot sour. Okay? It's going to be a bit sweet and a lot sour. Yeah, I think you'll see what I mean. Okay? I'm going to make this go away while I do the segment. Until someone donos again. So, folks, there is a man named Will Ferrell. I think he's kind of famous. Does some jokes, I guess. He's well liked in that way. But he has a new movie. I believe it's a movie coming out on Netflix soon called Will and Harper, and it is about Will Ferrell going on a road trip with his friend Harper, who is a trans woman. And it's a documentary about Will Ferrell kind of exploring that and learning about his friend. And so I figured we'd watch it. As your resident trans expert, okay? Let's see if the movie's good or not. First of all, just not sight unseen, I think that's excellent. You know, I wish more people would just respond with curiosity and acceptance, which it seems like this entire movie is kind of predicated on that. So, let's check it out.
Hi there. I'm Will Ferrell. Hi there.
Oh.
I'm Will Ferrell, one of the greatest actors in the world. A long time ago, back when I was at Saturday Night Live, I met a guy who was hired as a writer the same week I was hired. He wrote a bunch of sketches for me and eventually became the head writer of SNL. And over the years, he became one of my closest friends. And then one day, I got this email. Hey, Will, something I need you to know. I'll be transitioning to live as a woman.
Based.
I don't doubt that Will is my friend, but I'm not Andrew Steele anymore.
It was just, whoa.
I love this country so much, I just don't know if it loves me back right now.
Harper, would you want to do a road trip as this new version of yourself and at the same time figure out what this all means to us?
You recognize this guy? This is a Hollywood movie star.
No.
You don't recognize
Okay, that's okay. Roll up the window.
Were you a little worried about how to talk to me when I came out to you?
Yeah, probably a little nervous.
There are no ground rules with friends, I'm telling you. I invite any friend of mine to ask me these questions. I am not afraid to talk about them.
There's a question. Do you think you're a worse driver as a female driver?
That's the dumbest. That's so, no, that is so, oh, fuck you. But I am. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This is my friend Harper.
How you doing?
Nice to meet you, bro.
Hey, not a bro,
She.
though. The she, but that's okay.
Sorry.
This is probably around the age where I started to feel just kind of weird.
Yeah.
I used to come out to these kind of places before, and then I transitioned and I got a little afraid. You know what I'm saying? Come out.
I'm not really afraid of these people. I'm afraid of hating myself. All I want to do is live.
Oh, Dunkin' Donuts.
No.
We've not done one fun thing. Name one fun thing we've done.
Oh, that looks so lovely. That looks so lovely. Like, that was aggressively... Like, I kind of got choked up a little bit in there. Because, like, yeah, I can relate to a lot of those things, you know? Like, I can relate to, like, there being places where I felt safe and comfortable before I transitioned. And now, like, it's scary, you know? It's that... It just is. And like being able to revisit those places while in the safe company of Will Ferrell, you know, a very tall white man and a camera crew, like that's a great idea. And they're doing it to like explore their friendship and learn about each other. I think that's lovely. Like, you'd have to be a real monster to be upset about this. And apparently Will Ferrell has since like come out and apologized for old sketches where he, perpetuated transphobic stereotypes. And like, I think that's lovely too. Like comedy evolves. What was funny in, Shakespearean times might not be funny now because it might have to do with the intricacies of the Elizabethan court or whatever. I might be getting the era wrong. You know what I mean? But it's okay. Like that's okay. Comedy and society evolving over time, that's okay. That's good, actually. If you want to be good and relevant, you gotta change with the times. And unfortunately, there's one group of people who's just pathologically allergic to changing with the times. It's in the name of their political ideology. Conservatives. Specifically conservatives like Matt Walsh.
A few days ago, I played a trailer from the upcoming Will Ferrell documentary on Netflix called Will and Harper. It's about a road trip that Will Ferrell apparently took with Harper Steele after Harper, a former head writer at SNL, announced that he's actually a woman.
What's interesting here, in the trailer, they like Harper actually says her dead name. So, like, Matt Walsh, you're actually using her preferred name, and that's surprisingly progressive of Matt Walsh.
It's never explained.
Like he's accidentally not being as bigoted as he wants to be.
Why a road trip was necessary or appropriate under those circumstances, but
and you want to know why that is? You want to know why he's whoopsie daisying into being like not fully committed to being a terrible person? It's because on some level he, we've won. Trans people are winning. And he is unintentionally having to accept certain aspects of trans identity. And I think that's actually pretty great. Like, he can't be as bigoted as he wants to be because it's just so inconvenient to hold his position because it's so blatantly incorrect.
That's the premise. His friend suddenly says he's really a woman, and so they hop in a car and start driving. And the film...
Yeah, to explore their friendship. People do that. People go on cross-country trips for all the time.
Looks about as terrible as you'd expect. At one point, Will Ferrell says, "Hey, are you a worse driver now that you're a woman?" And then they chuckle, and then the scene keeps going. And Harper Steele says, "Yes, actually." And then they laugh even more, so it really subverts your expectations.
You know what he's really salty about here? You know what Matt Walsh is really upset about? He's upset that he can't make jokes about women being worse drivers. Because if Matt Walsh said it, it would just be blatantly stating what he actually thinks about the world. And what's funny in the interplay between those two in the trailer is that Will is very clearly asking it because he knows it's a shitty thing to say, and he's yanking his friend's chain, and like then she's like, yeah, and then they laugh because it's not true. Like that's the premise there, is that it's an outdated joke that Will is using, and he's also very, very nicely like validating her gender identity. It works on multiple levels here, And Matt Walsh is just upset because he's like, but I want to say women are bad drivers because I actually think that.
And by the way, that's as edgy as the humor will get, I guarantee you, in this thing. That's it right there. That was their one edgy joke.
I'm sorry, did you think Will Ferrell was an edgy comedian? Do you think SNL is doing edgy comedy? Were you going in expecting blue humor, Matt? Like You have Will Ferrell, the guy whose most famous SNL sketch is arguably the one where he hits a cowbell very enthusiastically. Were you expecting what were you expecting them to stare into the camera and like drop the N-word in like some 5D chess maneuver of comedy or something? Like what were you expecting? I genuinely, what do you think? I like this is one of my favorite things. All of these Daily Wire types, all of these people in the conservative media are just failed attempts to be like comedians or actors or, script writers or whatever. And he's just so upset that he's not, receiving the comedy accolades for his brilliant performance as a racist in Am I Racist?
Right, they're really going up on the line there. Made a joke about women drivers. Wow, these guys. Really
Worth noting that the height of Matt Walsh's comedy was him electrocuting hhis coworkers and finding a couple local Nazis to referee their wrestling matches. Like that. That's the height of Matt Walsh's comedy. Okay. So I don't know what to tell you on that one. Like I don't think anyone really has the right here, least of all Matt Walsh, to criticize a movie that's not even out yet, that isn't even a comedy. It's a documentary with comedians in it, for not being funny enough.
Really taking a risk with their comedy. So a film like this raises a lot of questions. They're not the questions the filmmakers were hoping to raise, but it does raise them nonetheless. And one of the big questions is why Will Ferrell and a lot of other comedians like him suddenly decided to stop making funny and entertaining movies. It happened around a decade ago for reasons that remain unexplained, although...
Yeah, could it have something to do with they got old and it's hard to stay abreast of, like... the meme culture? Hey, Matt, have you looked at what Gen Alpha, people are watching these days? What are the kids watching? Have you looked into that at all? Because I have, and it's a fucking guy's head popping out of a toilet and doing, what's it called? Is it ska? No, it's not ska. Scat. Like it's a guy's head coming out of a toilet and doing scat, and it's really not good. Yeah, well, I know it's called Skibbity Toilet. You guys are all trying. You're trying to help. I understand. I understand. I did an entire lore video of Skibbity Toilet, like the first 100 episodes of it or whatever. So I know. But all I'm trying to say here is that, do you think Will Ferrell has the energy these days to keep up with what Gen Alpha is currently consuming en masse? No, he doesn't. Okay? The reason the movies got less funny is just because they're a bit more out of touch. That's it.
There are theories
he could just ask his kids what they like. Yeah, but that would require him talking to his children.
That one might have. But the fact is, we went from Old School and Step Brothers to melodramatic road trips about Will Ferrell's friend deciding that he wants to wear dresses.
I'm going to do this exactly one time. Okay. Movies. Let's see here. Going to Will Ferrell's IMDb. I'm gonna take a look here. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay. What's Will Ferrell been up to recently? Let's just take a look here, okay? Now, I want to know what he's been an actor in. Let's see. The Boys, Despicable Me 4, Tonight Show, John Mulaney Presents, something called Quiz Lady. Oh, yeah, he did Strays, a talking dog movie. He was also in the Barbie movie. He was in a Christmas movie in 2022. He was actually in a pretty interesting television series called The Shrink Next Door. He's been doing a lot. And you know what? He's been doing the fart silly Joker stuff too. Like, Eurovision Song Contest was only like 4 years ago. Spirited 2 years ago. Barbie 1 year ago. Strays is literally just a talking dog movie where they drop the F-bomb a lot. Like, that was last year. He's in the Lego movies. Like, I don't know. Like, Matt Walsh is acting like, oh yeah, he was making movies and then he just stopped for a decade. And then now he's doing something totally different. And I just want to point out, those are just the movies he's acting in. He's actually producing a lot of stuff. You know, like, he's doing a lot. Succession, executive producer on 39 episodes. The Menu. Like, guys, he produced The Menu, which is a very fun movie, by the way. I would recommend checking it out. Very interesting kind of horror movie. He's doing stuff. Look, all I'm saying is Will Ferrell is doing good work. All right? The Menu is so good.
So what exactly happened? And is there any remaining chance that Will Ferrell will one day in the future once again make a movie that qualifies as a comedy? Well, in a recent interview, Will Ferrell himself answered that last question with a resounding no. And he did that by disavowing some of his old comedy for being insensitive. And he did it in a way that's both humiliating and confusing at the same time. Variety reports, quote, Will Ferrell is no longer interested in performing in drag for laughs during an interview on the New York Times The Interview podcast.
So, just out of curiosity, Matt, you're trying to say that Will Ferrell can never make a funny movie again because he's not going to do drag for laughs? Matt, you know that you haven't done drag for laughs, right? At least not in any way that I can find on the internet. So, like, I guess you're not funny. I don't know. These are your rules. I guess most of the Daily Wire's movies aren't funny. I guess only Lady Ballers was really funny. Matt Walsh must have laughed and laughed and laughed at that movie.
A long time.
And can I just say, unrelated or somewhat related, but if the only thing that makes you laugh is drag, you might want to interrogate that a little bit, and probably in therapy, because that might indicate something is going on. That's abnormal and weird, and indicates a fixation that you should get checked out.
Alongside his longtime friend and former SNL head writer Harper Steele, Ferrell had expressed a bit of regret over the Janet Reno's Fantasies sketch from season 23 of the sketch comedy show. The sketch featured Ferrell in drag as the eponymous Attorney General, with his appearance dressing up as a woman being used for laughs. That's something I wouldn't choose to do now, Ferrell said when the Times noted the character hits a false note now. And then,
now, keep in mind, Matt just teed that up as like, it was a humiliating, degrading thing for Will Ferrell to do. And then he read the quote out loud. And the quote is literally just like, yeah, I don't think it's really that funny anymore. So humiliating. How dare he not think it's funny?
then Harper Steele adds this, quote, I understand the laugh. The laugh is a drag laugh. It's, hey, look at this guy in a dress, and that's funny. It's absolutely not funny. It's absolutely a way that we should be able to live in the world.
True. True. I think that there is maybe still a place for that type of laughter, but specifically in like incongruous ways. Like the joke, I think, could still work. It just doesn't work on the ha-ha man in a dress level that Matt Walsh wants it to work on. You'd have to actually have a more nuanced and like complicated scenario going on to make that work. And I still think you could do it, but like,
a few things about this. First of all, there is no one on the planet who in the year 2024 was thinking about the Janet Reno's Fantasies sketch from season 20.
Yeah, but now you're going to bemoan it as like a crucial loss of culture, aren't you, Matt?
23 of the Saturday Night Live. We're talking about a sketch from a season that aired 27 years ago. Not even professional trans activists who are paid to get offended were talking about that.
Yeah, exactly, Paladin.
Even the biggest fans of SNL on the planet, assuming they still exist, we're not talking about that. If you pull up these sketches on YouTube, there's barely any views, but just so you know which sketches we're talking about, here's a brief clip of one of them.
Ooh, Ozchunk, thank you for subscribing with Prime. And you know what that means. Boom. Subs to Kane. We're at 4. Thank you very much for supporting.
Work, work, work. If I'd known being Attorney General was this—
Wait, I can't play this on TV. I can't play this on like YouTube. Okay, there. Okay. He apologized for this. Because the joke was just, haha, he's Janet Reno.
Was Attorney General at the time, and people apparently thought the impression was amusing because SNL had a whole series of sketches like this. Here's one where Will Ferrell as Janet Reno was hosting awkward dance parties in her home.
Is this just a way for you to pad out the runtime of your video, Matt?
And it was supposed to be funny because she takes herself extremely seriously, so she's not the kind of person you'd expect to host a dance party in her basement. You know, that's just to explain the joke. That's the joke. This is what they call irony. It's a common tool of comedians, which Will Ferrell is not anymore. But anyway, here it is.
Okay. Dancing. Silly dancing ensues.
The joke in these sketches is pretty clear, even if they're not exactly topical anymore. But and SNL, they're not even really making fun of the idea of a man dressing as a woman. They're mocking Janet Reno's demeanor. And the way they did that was by casting a man to play Janet Reno. It's sort of like how SNL cast a woman to play Ted Cruz very recently.
I have to take this call. I will be right back. Sorry, folks.
He called himself a hillbilly, wrote an elegy. His problem and his trouble is he went back and he doubled down on the fascism and the lies, and then he made a fatal crime. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. In 2005, you wrote back then only one time. I felt femininely when I saw that movie about New Jersey. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I must deny. And that's when J.D. Vance said he wants trans people to go die. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. At the RNC, felt maybe I'll be free if I take up on this task, being MAGA starting grasp to take over the country. I think J.D. Vance needs a swirly. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025.
fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025.
All right, and I'm back, baby. How we all doing? Let's just dump right back into this segment.
Which, interestingly enough, did not trigger any outrage cycle at all. And nobody said that that was somehow offensive to trans.
Yeah, it's because he feels different about it now, Matt. It's the way, you know, you felt, presumably at one point in your life, something, and now you feel nothing. You know, you used to feel things, and now you've become a total and complete psychopath, and you feel nothing. Like, your feelings change over time like that sometimes.
Quote unquote trans men or anything. But it's supposed to be humorous because the audience thinks that the impression is accurate, and that's it. What's changed, of course, is that back in 1997, no one seriously thought that a man transformed into a woman simply by putting on a wig and some makeup. That wouldn't have even occurred to a single man or woman in the audience. And so back then, it was a punchline. You know, in fact, there was quite a lot of cross-dressing that went on in 90s comedies.
Yeah, Matt Walsh just fondly reminiscing about all of the drag shows he used to watch growing up. Like, does he realize? Is there any, like, introspection at all? I mean, obviously the answer is no, right? But, like, yeah, back in my day, I used to Back in my day, every movie used to have drag in it, and we loved it. That's the way we liked it. Matt Walsh, just how am I going to ironically crank it at my comedy films anymore?
Whether it's on SNL or in films, you know, Mrs. Doubtfire, one famous example. And the reason why this was done in comedy is that it was
Charlie,
understood.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
that it's inherently ridiculous for a man to dress like a woman. So it's just a cheap way to get laughs. Are you still struggling with back taxes or unfiled returns? The IRS is.
Yeah, this guy trying to sell you on IRS products is, you know, you should trust him on his comedy takes.
So if there was any criticism, right, of the cross-dressing in film and comedies back then, if there was any reason to criticize it, it was really just that it was just cheap. It was like it's like putting on a funny wig to get a laugh. Who would ever try to get a laugh out of putting on a funny wig in a film? Can't imagine.
Look, Matt, you just need to put on a pair of fake tits, okay? And your transformation into Steven Crowder will be complete, okay?
But anyway, gender ideology has taken over now, and so all that changes, and now we have to take this inherently ridiculous thing seriously. And now that Will Ferrell's friend wants to pretend that he's a woman 30 years later, he has to go back and disavow the sketch. It's retroactively not funny.
Okay, but your misunderstanding of human relationship dynamics is what's causing you some trouble here, Matt. So I'll help you. I'll help spell it out, okay? It's not that Will Ferrell has to go and disavow his old comedy. It's not like his friend was like, "You have to do this, otherwise we're not friends anymore." Like that's not what happened. Clearly, from the trailer that I know you watched, that's not their dynamic. And you're just like making that part up, like Will Ferrell got strong-armed into having to make a statement. No, he learned more about trans people and he felt bad about his jokes. That's it. It's a very short, simple story. but I guess it does rely on understanding the concept of empathy, which Matt Walsh doesn't have.
Right, now they're doing the meme where they're crossing their arms and staring at their own material and saying, that's not funny. Not funny. Doing that to
a reaction that Matt Walsh is painfully used to
themselves, because they need to tear down anything that might remind people of a time not too long ago when the world wasn't completely insane and used to recognize ridiculous
when the world wasn't completely insane and everywhere you looked was a drag show.
Things as ridiculous. When this is the standard, you can't have comedy. It's just not possible.
I wanted the yeehaw, so I got a Barbie doll and threw the shimp on it. It's not cooking very fast. Hope this dono summons the power of friendship. I'm very hungry. For great yeehaw.
Well, Charlie, thank you for extending the the mandible of friendship and the great yeehaw. I appreciate it, and of course we're one step closer to it. To what, you might ask? That's right. We're 1/10 of the way there, folks. I believe in chat. Why the sultry voice on YouTube? I genuinely don't know. It's probably a setting that I could change, but I just keep forgetting to do it, so it hasn't been changed yet.
When you have to bow to the demands of pathological narcissists, people who object to sketches from the 90s that no one's talking about anymore, then comedy is more trouble than it's worth.
Matt, you're only saying that because comedy comes very, very difficult to you. Like this is not your natural realm, Matt. You should have kept going on whatever track you were on. What was it? Radio Shock Jock, where you were tasering your coworkers' nuts on air? Like that was your thing, right? That was your comedy that was on your show that you had creative control over. So like glass houses, man.
And Farrell knows that, presumably, but he's made enough money, so he's a political activist now, apologizing for his previous sins back when he was a comedian.
Well, he's always been political because he's an artist, and all art is political, Matt. You should know this. You work for a propaganda outlet that makes art to push a narrative.
There's a lot of that going around. The cast members of Friends, another show from the 90s that no one had a problem with at the time, some of them are now disavowing their own show. Us Weekly reports, quote, while Adam Goldberg looks back at his time on Friends with fondness, he also recognizes criticisms the show has received in the 30 years since its first premiered. In terms of diversity, looking back, it seems insane, Goldberg stated in an interview with The Independent. I've heard black people speak about this, and it's like, you never expected to see yourself. So when you didn't, it was not a surprise. You ended up identifying to characters irrespective of their race. In other words, Friends was too white.
Yeah, Matt, have you ever watched an episode of Friends? Like, have you ever actually sat down and watched an episode of Friends? It's like the whitest show you could possibly imagine. You know, like the problems in the show are like almost exclusively white people problems. Like it's crazy. None of those people have jobs in that show. They don't worry about rent because they're not like working class schlubs. They're not reflecting even like most people's problems. It's a show like oh god, How I Met Your Mother would maybe be like more comparable to people of like my age demographic, my age bracket, you know? And that was also a show where like aggressively white. Like We're like only half or a quarter of a step away at any given point to this show being about like white trust fund kids, okay?
And never mind the fact that in the real world, people don't go out and recruit token diversity candidates to round out their friend group.
Yeah, but what the fuck are you talking about? Do you think that the cast from Friends would just go out into New York City and pick a random black person to be on the show? What do you understand? What the fuck are you talking about, Matt?
There's nothing unrealistic about, a few white people being friends. There's nothing wrong with that, one would think. People don't choose the members of their social circles based on racial quotas.
Yeah, but we're not talking about an organic group of friends here, are we, Matt? We're talking about the cast of a television show. Matt.
That would be insane, to use Adam Goldberg's words. Now, obviously, there are about a million reasons why a group of friends might be racially homogenous, and that have nothing to do whatsoever with racism. But in Hollywood, the only
it clearly has something to do with racism because you're very upset about the idea of a show like having non-white actors in it. Like, clearly racism is playing a role here.
Explanation for the existence of a group of people who are mostly white is that racism occurred somewhere. Therefore, we apparently need token diversity characters in every single show, whether it's fantasy or sci-fi or sitcom like Friends. And more than that, we need to apologize for all previous shows and films that don't.
Hey, Matt, just out of curiosity, right? Daily Wire is doing a movie, pardon me. Snow White, right? Now, I do want to really make sure my memory is fresh when I say this. That story involves 7 dwarves, does it not? Diversity hires much?
Don't align with this new racial obsession.
I'm sorry, you couldn't just find 7 random not dwarves in the woods? Pfft, unrealistic. 7 dwarves in the middle of the forest? Wow. Daily Wire finally going full woke.
Goldberg's co-star Jennifer Aniston made a similar observation not too long ago, quote, "There's a whole generation of people, kids, who are now going back to episodes of Friends and find them offensive." Aniston, who starred as Rachel Green, told AFP in March 2023, "There were things that were never intentional, and others, well, we should have thought it through, but I don't think there was a sensitivity like there is now." Without addressing specific storylines and characters, Aniston, 55, noted that it's become tricky for comedians to make certain jokes. In the past, you could joke about a bigot and have a laugh. That was hysterical. It was about educating people on how ridiculous people were, she said. And now we're not allowed to do that. Everybody needs funny. The world needs humor. We can't take ourselves too seriously, especially in the United States. Everyone is far too divided. Close quote. Of course, the fact that people are...
I do think we should still be able to make fun of bigots, which is, why I'm here talking about Matt Walsh.
Divided is describing the symptom, not the underlying problem. We are divided between...
Also, has anyone else noticed that his beard is looking especially scraggly lately? I don't know, Matt, maybe you need to eat more eggs or something. You need more of a glossy sheen on that beard.
Between people who understand human biology and people who think that a dress can transform a man into a woman.
Well, we all know that that's not the case. We just know that trans women are women. Pretty simple, actually.
We're divided between people who understand that sometimes friend groups happen to be white and people who insist that every friend group must consist of a token minority or two. That's really...
I think if that's your main takeaway from the criticism of the casting of the show of Friends, I think that maybe you're not that bright. I think that maybe you didn't understand the criticism.
A division between sanity and insanity, and the people in the latter group have a lot more power in Hollywood at the moment. To restate, now we're not allowed to do that, Jennifer Aniston said. All that's allowed, apparently, is garbage like Will and Harper, a documentary featuring aging ex-comedians lecturing us about transgenderism as they drive around randomly for no discernible purpose.
You know what's going to kill him inside? When that movie does gangbusters numbers and his movie fucking falls flat. He's gonna view it as like him being the perpetual victim. Because that's all conservative ideology is. It is an attempt to reclaim victimhood for, some perceived slight against the majority, like against the dominant social structure.
This is supposedly what progress looks like. But in reality, it's just cowardice and narcissism. It's the reason we don't...
Sukiru, yes. Yeah, it's Matt. It's kind of like how comedy has progressed, and at one point you could do blackface, and now that's not really acceptable anymore. Comedy evolves along with society, and that's a good thing, actually.
Don't have any mainstream comedy films on the level of old school anymore, and that is why Will Ferrell and all the other comedians who are disavowing their old work because they're too weak to stand up for themselves are today canceled. If you'd like to see what else I have to say, you can...
I don't, but I accidentally clicked that. All right. Well, Matt Walsh, unfortunately, I don't have the power to cancel you, but, again, I think maybe we shouldn't be getting our comedy takes from a guy who, once wrote in an article where he was defending a child rapist that if his son raped his daughter, he wouldn't report it to the police. So, I think maybe we shouldn't take his comedy takes very seriously. Just throwing that out there. And segment button. We did it. We doing it, fam. I'm looking like a snack tonight. Thank you. I'm trying. Oof. Hey, Miss Milena. Hey, Winby. Drinking some tonight and relaxing before bed? That sounds lovely, C-Rex. Now, folks, we have been going for about an hour tonight. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, etc. Because we have a mysterious goal. Oh, there it is. What will happen? Who can say? Some folks are just a natural snack. Thank you, Thistles for Eyes. But I have been on a health kick lately, and I do feel a lot better when I go and exercise. And today, I ran 7 miles. I feel very good about myself. I never thought I'd be able to do that much running. So that was very cool. I'll get my comedy takes from the good Matt Walsh. That's right. There is a goddamn comedian named Matt Walsh who's not the Daily Wire Matt Walsh. I forget about that. I feel bad for him. Thistles for Eyes, running isn't the exercise for me either, but I do find that I enjoy running on the elliptical. Elliptical running, it works for me. Beep boop. Jack ain't a snack, she a whole 3-course meal. Thank you. I take that as a compliment. How do you not take running as a chore? Do I have to do it every day? I mean, probably not every day. You should take a couple days off to let your muscles heal. But, yeah, like 3 to 5 times a week. And frankly, how I make it not a chore is that when I'm on an elliptical, I can play, I can like listen to, I listen to various like YouTube shows or podcasts. And while I do that, I also play Teamfight Tactics on my phone. Not a sponsored ad, but it should be, because I play Teamfight Tactics like every fucking day on my phone while I'm on the elliptical. And it's fun. But basically, one good game of Teamfight Tactics can be about 45 minutes long. And by the time I finish like one of those, I've gotten through almost all of my workout, and I can either fit in another game or just be done, because anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour is plenty of moving my body for me. Juliana, thank you for continuing your sub. Look at you guys. I avoid running a lot of the time because I have weird knees, but if the elliptical is so much better on the knees, little Morphine Annie. But yeah, basically I distract myself while I'm on the elliptical, and when I have my brain occupied on not a monotonous activity like a video game, I can just go.
I had the concept of a dono, but then Jack spoke it into existence as something that could be donating. Unburdened by what had been, not donating. It must be some kind of dark magic at work.
Quiet Kitsune, thank you for the $10 dono. And thank you for being unburdened by what had been. Now, I wonder do we have any other Oilers out there before we jump into more segments? Oilers? What's Kane? You know what? If we get one more sub/dono, I'll tell you guys. I'll tell you guys. I do bike rides because of my foot. Biking is also very good on the knees. Thistles for Eyes. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And you have now gone into double digits, and I will reveal what I have in store for you guys. And it's very specifically Kane Pixels put out a new Backrooms video. And it's 45 minutes long. So, if we hit 60 subs/donos, we will dive into this short film and see what happens. Get a little spooked out. Hypervisor, thank you for gifting a sub to Nixon Plumber. Stone Corbel, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs over on Twitch. Brings us to 16. Charlie, thank you for the gifted membership. That brings us to 17. Look at you guys. Look at you guys. That length makes me blush, right? Yeah, I'm excited. I think that this has the potential to be the creepiest Kane Pixels thing yet. I actually didn't expect to ever see another Backrooms video on the channel. I thought he was moving on to do a different series, but you know, my God. Watched a video about the size of the solar system and one about the Alien franchise, so I have space on the mind. Hell yeah. I can start to see my hips drawing in and I want to lose a bit of weight. Hell yeah, Winby. Swimming is also very good for cardio and pretty easy on the joints. Isn't there a Backrooms movie in the works? Oh, okay. Genuine question. I don't know if is Kane Pixels doing a Backrooms movie with A24, or is Kane Pixels doing just a movie with A24? Because I know he's doing a movie. I just didn't know if it was Backrooms related. I listened to a Kraken romance novel, so I have deep sea monster love on the mind. Here, as a bit of a teaser, I found this incredible clip floating on the internet. So there is a YouTuber named Walk With Me Tim who reviews like fancy hotel rooms, I guess. And well, let's just watch one of his videos here. Just a quick grab, okay?
So there's nothing. There's a whole shopping arcade up here. Look at it. But the shops are empty.
Dude's just legitimately clipping into like an analog horror here.
What's going on? Someone will tell me in the comments. Gold shop must be open, right? Wow, look at the carpets. This is just so very odd. I tell you what, not all the air conditioning is working. Yikes. I don't think this is the way to the beach. I stand corrected. Oh, this smells bad. Not gonna lie, the smell of damp down here is... It's mean, it smells like fish as well. So cold down here. I don't know whether I should go down there. It's just
like
keeps going and
it's
going.
so sinister.
Don't understand why, but I've just got out here. I don't think I should be up here, should I? No. Oh my god. Don't tell me the lifts are not working up here. That goes even higher. Oh god. 72nd floor. This is my floor, isn't it? Is it? Oh no, don't tell me. Don't tell me I can't get in. I can't believe this has blooming happened. I hope I can get out.
Is the hotel abandoned? No, I think it's just colossal.
Oh, thank god I can. Oh. That's nice. Oh, nice carpet.
The video here is I stay in the tallest hotel in the world. So just weirdly sinister. Anyway, treat that as the trailer to our viewing of the Kane Pixels short film. I would have asked for a refund from the front desk about 3 minutes ago in this video. Yeah. Assuming it's still there. All right. Last call for subs and donos before we take off into the next segment, baby. Did you see the other video about the mall that he posted? I don't think it was a video, was it? I think it was Oh, it was a video. I don't think it's... I think it's actually just like him talking about the... Yeah, it's just him walking the remains of the mall and, like, showing where stuff used to be. Unless this is not that, and unless it's actually just terrifying. I think it's actually just terrifying. Maybe we'll have to watch that one too. Thistles for Eyes! Fuck it, I'm down with the monster love. Let's go. Backrooms for days. Let's go. We're up to 18, folks. We're almost a third of the way there. What is that droning sound? Monster love. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da. Monster love. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da. All right. Oh, that's right. It is Friday the 13th. May you all be the final girl. Did you know that Kane Pixels claims that the oldest view is Backrooms content? I didn't know that. That's actually really cool to know. Goddamn, Penny!
Some buttons to cover me and win B.
Thank you so goddamn much, Penny. Look at you guys go! We are now over halfway there. Whoa! Living on a button. Feels like you stream in a different room every time. Are you nomadic? Well, I am either streaming here at my place or I'm streaming at my partner's place. I have a work setup so I can stream there, so I don't always have to come back here, because that can be a lot of driving, you know? If I'm going there and having to come back to stream, that's like an hour of my day. The back room is the afterlife? No. You're 2 beers in? That's okay, Thistles Fries. It's gonna come in handy for the segments. Must not sing along, you can't not. Alright, folks. Penny and T, thank you so goddamn much, because you helped make this show possible. Thank you so much. Now, folks, let's move on here. And I am wondering where we should go with our content today. Okay, I'm going to do a little democracy for you guys, okay? Going to do a little democracy / vote. What content? Okay. Will it be Mehdi Hassan versus China? Or will it be Brianna Joy Gray, Bad Faith? Or Tucker Carlson? Or Two Nice Jewish Boys? Okay? Those are the four those are the 4 pieces of content that I have planned, okay? We have Mehdi Hassan basically grilling the ambassador to China on what is going on with the Uyghurs. We have Brianna Joy Gray talking extensively about why you shouldn't be an effective political advocate on her podcast. We have Tucker Carlson interviewing a Nazi historian. Or we have Two Nice Jewish Boys, which is a podcast I got obsessed with after a clip of theirs blew up where they advocate for the complete obliteration of Gaza, or sorry, the eradication of all Palestinians. Sorry. So those are your 4 options, and I'm ready to go in on any of them. So with that, the voting is about to begin. You will have about 30 seconds. Type 1, 2, 3, or 4 in chat in order to participate. If you are over on Twitch and YouTube, you can still type those numbers in. You won't be able to directly participate in the voting because that is happening on riverboat.gg. However, if there's a tie on riverboat.gg, I will be looking at the other chats to break the tie. So, with that being said, on your marks, get set, go. You know what? You guys are gonna get this, okay? This is your waiting music. Well, it looks like we are going to be doing Tucker Carlson, baby. We will be doing the Mehdi Hassan content later, but we'll do Tucker Carlson first. Is this since the debate? No, this is the Nazi historian he had on. All right, anyway, sorry. I just really like Gangplank Galleon. All right, let's take a look at Tucker Carlson, okay?
The big tech company.
All right. Let's take a look here. Hello. So we are about to dive into complete and utter insanity and misinformation. So, without further ado, let's take a look at Tucker Carlson's interview with one Daryl Cooper and see what's going on here. Why is everyone talking about Tucker Carlson like he interviewed a Nazi? Let's find out.
The big tech companies censor our content. I hate to tell you that it's still going on in 2024, but you know what they can't censor? Live events. And that's why we are hitting the road on a fall tour for the entire month of September, coast to coast. We will be in cities across the United States. We'll be in Phoenix with Russell Brand, Anaheim, California with Vivek Ramaswamy, Colorado Springs with Tulsi Gabbard, Salt Lake City with Glenn Beck, Tulsa, Oklahoma with Dan Bongino, Kansas City with Megyn Kelly, Wichita with Charlie Kirk, Milwaukee with Larry Elder, Rosenberg, Texas with Jesse Kelly, Grand Rapids with Kid Rock, Hershey, Pennsylvania with J.D. Vance, Reading, Pennsylvania with Alex Jones, Fort Worth, Texas with Roseanne Barr.
Oh my God. You just do it like just every single worst person, but not like normal worst people, you know, like worst people as in like they're completely untethered from reality and the worst, you know?
Greenville, South Carolina with Marjorie Taylor Greene, Sunrise, Florida with John Rich, Jacksonville, Florida with Donald Trump Jr.
I rest my case.
You can get tickets at tuckercarlson.com. Hope to see you there. So sometimes I think to myself, like, you know, why are current events so unclear to so many people? And I always go back to the question of history. You can't really understand what's happening right now unless you understand what has happened before. You certainly can't plan a coherent future unless you understand. And then I think, well, why do people know so little about history? Probably because it's not taught. And then to the extent that it is taught in, say, airport bookstores.
Yeah, airport bookstores, the main place of learning in America.
Our popular historians are people like John Meacham and Michael Beschloss and Doris Kearns Goodwin and Anne Applebaum. Not only sort of the dumbest people in the country, I would say, I know most of them, but also completely dishonest political actors. And so I think I can tell that you hate compliments, but I just want to say, I think you are the most important popular historian working in the United States today. You work in a different medium on Substack X podcasts, but I'm a fan of yours because of the way you treat history, which,
to be clear, I do want you all to know who this guy is before we really get into this. Daryl Cooper is just a neo-Nazi. Like, just straight up a neo-Nazi. He denies the Holocaust. And claims that the reason so many Jews died in the Holocaust was not because of an intentional effort on the part of the Germans, but rather just a big old whoopsie daisy. They just weren't prepared to feed that many people, and so they all starved to death. You know how it is. You just do a little whoopsie daisy, and 6 million people die. But he also doesn't believe that 6 million people died, so guess it might be easier for him to rationalize in that way. And also want to point out that there's a historian named Niall Ferguson, okay? And he's actually, he writes history books and, teaches and does all that stuff, right? He's talked about Daryl Cooper and has pointed out that Daryl Cooper hasn't ever written a historical work. And, in fact, he describes Daryl Cooper's work as anti-history because it is so inaccurate that it is actively attempting to undo the work of other historians. And yeah, he has a long history of defending the Nazis.
Is with relentless curiosity and honesty, and I'm sure you have all kinds of political beliefs or religious beliefs or whatever, but I feel like you get to what you think is true based on really intense research. So for those people who aren't familiar with who you are, I want people to know who you are, and I want you to be widely recognized as the most important historian in the United States, because I think that you are. So that's my last compliment for our time together. I know it was excruciating. Tell us some of the story.
I do have to say straight up, I do not know that I have the fortitude to sit through over 2 hours of this. But whenever we're going until I run out of juice, okay, on this segment.
Stories, we call them stories, but historical events that you have taken a really close look at recently.
So I decided to start with an easy one. I did a 26-hour series on the early history of Zionism and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Whether that was naivety or hubris, it turned out pretty well.
Yes.
And the reason it turned out well, I think, and I've had time to really think about it over the years. I started it in 2015. It took me a few years to complete. But I've received hundreds of emails from Israelis, from Jews around the world who are...
Why was that funny? Because Tucker Carlson isn't being a person right now. He's trying to project a certain view of himself into the world. It's why he's palling around with Alex Jones. He's just trying to become the next Alex Jones.
Boosters of Israel, as well as Palestinians and people around the Middle East and people who are critical of Israel, who all of them on all sides have kind of told me that it opened up at least opened up their perspective to the way the other side saw the world,
Yeah.
which is what I
It's
was
true. It is evil Hank Green.
going for, you know? In all of my series, something that I didn't really.
I think that the series that you did on the formation of Israel, I think, is regarded by honest people as the most honest, most non-aligned look. No axes were being ground, maybe ever done. Can you just?
You know, I do want to just, as a general rule of thumb, if you are watching something like this and someone just keeps going over and over again, oh, you're so unbiased, you're so unbiased. I think it's so cool how completely and utterly lacking in bias you are. Just no bias whatsoever. I just think that's so cool. That, like, maybe you should take that with, like, all the salt that exists in the universe, okay? Like, maybe that should be the biggest red flag you can possibly imagine. You know, like, usually if something is an unbiased source of information, people don't need to fillet it, okay?
Just tell people who aren't familiar that, what did it take to produce that? You said it took a few years, but what did you do in preparation?
If the ladies don't find you handsome, they should at least find you handy.
Simrek, thank you for the $5 super chat. As promised, throwing another one up on the board to 32. We're over halfway there. Resisting the urge somewhat unsuccessfully to start singing the song.
For it.
Well, you know, it's funny actually, because when I first started it, I didn't really know what went into making a podcast like that, right? So I had this experience where I started working on it after I had read maybe like 6 books, because the series only goes up to 1948. I did some follow-up work on the more modern period, but this is up to the foundation of the state of Israel and the lead up to that, right? I only covered that part. And so I didn't.
Also, yeah, Niall Ferguson is criticizing him. And for those of you who don't know who Niall Ferguson is, he's considered a very conservative historian. When Niall Ferguson is like pointing at someone and being like, "This guy's a Nazi," do you understand how high of a bar you have to meet for someone like that to call someone a Nazi? You know, like, Ferguson is like a guy who goes on like the Rubin Report. You know, like he's not even like a moderate conservative. He's just a very conservative guy.
Know if this was going to be a 1-episode thing, a 2-episode thing. I start working on it after I've read about 6 books on that pre-1948 period. And I'm working on it for maybe, you know, quite a while, taking my time because I was working for the Department of Defense at the time. So it was, you know, a side gig, or it wasn't even a gig. I didn't make any money from it. But, and after a while, when I started to approach the.
You worked for the Department of Defense for free? What's wrong with you?
The end of that episode, this is months and months and months later. By now I've read 20 books, 30 books about that pre-1948 period, and a lot of the tangential topics and issues that help you better understand it.
You know, also, let me put it this way. I feel like if you're just saying, I read a lot of books on this, that's not really telling us anything, because the books you might have read on this might have been shit books. You might have been reading like really bad, uninformative books, and you might have been reading them from sussy sources. And like, who did you read? Who was informative of your ideas on this time period and this place? What were their arguments? What narratives, what evidence did you find compelling? You know, use specifics. And the fact that he's just talking in vague generalities is really, well, let me put it this way. They stopped counting the number of books you're reading in school sometime in like maybe early middle school. You know, like, that stops being impressive. And I feel like that's kind of where this guy exists intellectually.
And I went back and I started going over what I'd created for that first episode. And it was so embarrassingly terrible, where you look at it and you're like, this is not even, that phrase, not even wrong. It's like, this is not even, it was a nightmare to read. And you realize, and I realized something at that point. I was like, I I started this, I'd read 6 books on this topic. 6 books is a lot, on a single historical topic. There's countless topics that I've read a book or 2 on. And if you give me like an energy drink and let me go, I'll start pontificating for hours about it,
Oh, I know the feeling.
Yeah.
Can you... This segment of the podcast is titled "The History of Israel-Palestine," and he's been talking for like the last 5 minutes about. I read a lot of books on it.
I read a book on the Federal Reserve once,
and so eventually I got to the point. I counted them all up one time. People keep asking me to put together a list. I can't put together a complete one because I just didn't keep as good a track as I should. But I read over 80 whole books, parts of another 100 at least, and about. When I counted them up, I could remember about like 1,300 academic papers and journal. I read everything I could find.
Okay, so only people in prison read 80 books.
Yeah. Well, or
What?
People who work for the Department of Defense and their job entails spending 8 to 10 months a year going overseas by yourself, often with nothing to do in a country that nobody speaks your language. So, I would go over to work with one of our foreign allies, usually on the weapon systems that I specialized in. We'd go over there and we'd work during the day. Most of the Ministry of Defense people, it doesn't matter what country you go to. You can go to Israel, you can go to Norway, you can go to Japan, Korea. All they want to talk about is American gun culture. It's their obsessed with
Yeah,
it.
Velvet, this is such a weird opening to this podcast. Just talk about something, please.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. And
is that an interest of yours? Is that? Are you knowledgeable on that topic?
I wouldn't say I'm necessarily like technically knowledgeable, like my gun.
I feel like that really encapsulates what we're getting into here.
Not friends are, but yeah, in terms of, I'm a hunter and gun owner, educated gun owner, but I have friends who are real gun nuts that I refer
that's totally
to.
fair, right? It's all specs and
I say that with all affection when, that's, and so, I would go overseas and spend my work day, working with them, training them, helping them with, whatever was broken or needed upgrading, whatever we were doing over there. And sometimes I would spend, like I said, 8 to 10 months a year overseas. I would be doing this by myself most of the time. And so after the workday was done, it's just me in my hotel with nothing really to do. And, when I was growing up, I counted these up one time, and it was between kindergarten and 12th grade. I went to like 35 different schools. Like I was changing schools sometimes every few months.
Not a good sign. Sorry.
Yeah. Well,
What, Tucker, what does that mean? What do you mean it's not a good sign? You're talking to the product of that. Are you just are you backhanding him verbally this entire time? What is this?
One of the good habits I picked up from it was reading, because it gave, books were what gave me a sense of continuity from environment to environment to environment, right? I'm in the middle of a book and I move to another school and I have to adjust to that, but I'm still reading this book and it sort of patches me over. And that became sort of the background reality of my life as, I sort of moved around in this unpredictable way, like for most of my early years. I'd still have this thread that was coherent that I was following, consistently. And so
I don't think he was saying that he read 80 books total in his life. I think he was saying he read 80 books on specifically the topic that this segment is supposed to be about, which is the history of the Israel-Palestine conflict, which hasn't been addressed at all. And there is like 4 minutes left in this. So I'm really looking forward to learning about the entire history of the Israel-Palestine conflict in 4 minutes.
It definitely helped with a sense of stability like that. And it implanted this idea that, like I take refuge in books.
The book he read for Chan recommendations.
If I'm anxious, a lot of people, if they're anxious, they can't sit down and read a book because they can't sit still. Books make my anxiety go away, right? It's what they do for me. And so, I'm just a nerd is what I'm saying, basically, right? I'm a nerd. And I had a lot of time to read books. And once I started really getting obsessed with the podcast, it got to the point where I was waking up 3 hours early so that I could read and write and work on the podcast. If I was in a meeting and we were waiting for the next speaker to come in, I was working on the podcast. Lunch, I was working on the podcast. Evening, I was working on the podcast. And I mean, became like a real obsession, partly because, I mean, left to my own devices, I would read books and talk to people about them. That's, you know, if I had $1 trillion and nothing to do with myself, I would want a whole library and a bunch of interesting people to talk to about these books. That's what I'd do anyway, right? And so it was never really work. But yeah, that's the way you do it. And people who want to do, there's a lot of people I know who started doing history podcasts or other, maybe not history, but not sort of conversational, just back and forth discussion podcasts where they do research and they want to make a presentation, right? And a lot of these guys who started back when I started, 2015, 2016. And, my success up to this point has been kind of unique in the space. Not everybody wants to listen to a 7-hour podcast on Jim Jones. And by the way, that's only the 5th out of 7 episodes on the topic, right? So that's not for everybody. And, they ask me sometimes, like, how can I do this as well as you do it? And other people who are like aspiring podcasters have asked me that. And like you said, I don't like compliments. And so I get shy when people ask me things like that, but I tell them, and you're going to object to this because you're a nice fellow and everything. But like, I'm not that smart. It's nothing like that. I work on this. You have to if you want to do something like this, you have to be willing to get up a little early, to use your lunch hour, you got to spend time in books. You got to read and read. And then when you think you've read enough, you got to read some more. And because there's so much out there. Like I said, I had experience after I read 6 books on just the pre-1948 period of, the Zionist Israeli Palestinian
Yeah, that's so cool. Tell us what you learned.
conflict story. And I knew nothing, Tucker. I knew nothing. Like embarrassingly nothing. Worse than nothing. Because like at least before I read the
illusion of knowledge.
Yeah, at least before I had read the books, I would just be repeating to you whatever I had heard, Benjamin Netanyahu say or somebody like on TV. I at least would have just been repeating that. This was worse. This was like the full midwit kind of meme in production where you know enough to really embarrass yourself. And I'm glad that I sort of recognized that at the time and I went back and like scrapped the whole thing, didn't start it for another year after that probably because I just realized that.
We are now 12 minutes in and all he's been talking about this entire time is he reads books.
I got to get deeper into this. And as I've moved through.
Yeah, he hasn't even told us the name of like one of the books.
Different topics over the years. Because I don't do an Israel-Palestine podcast. I do a history podcast. And I choose topics based on what I want to read about. That's all it is. Like usually while I'm working on one, something, as I'm sort of getting into the second half, finishing it up, I can see the finish line on the thing I'm working on now. It'll get harder and harder to discipline myself to stay on that topic because there's something that's pulling me away.
I know the feeling.
Yeah, and so it's like a feeling of relief where like I finish it and now I already know the next topic because it just emerged kind of naturally. And I move on to that. And sometimes they're very, very different. I've done, like I said, a 32-hour series on the Jonestown cult, which turned into, you say, how do you do 32 hours on that? I told the story of
32 hours.
Yeah, well, the reason for that, and I didn't know this going in. I never know exactly how this is going to unfold when I'm going in. Unless it's like sometimes I'll do a single episode and I kind of know the story. But when I start a long series, it's going to take me a year and a half to put out every episode. I don't necessarily know how it's going to turn out.
Okay, I have to be completely honest here. I do not care about his thoughts on Jonestown. I think we can skip that. But most of this is on World War II. And let's check that out instead. Let's just skip to that.
Hey, right now, I'm really interested in the project that you're working on now. I'm a little bit baffled by it, so I'm just going to answer my own question. So you were working on World War II, which has to be, even more than the Kennedy assassination, the most written about event in human history. I can't think of one that has occasioned more books. So why World War II?
Well, I was giving a talk to a graduate history class at the University of Vienna a while back online, giving them a talk. And one of the things I said to them, and I was curious how this was going to go over in Austria, but it seemed to go over all right, is I told them over the next few decades, like, look, anytime you have a historical event, for us in the United States, it's the Civil Rights Movement, it's World War II, and to a certain degree, it's still the Civil War. Everything in between and before those things, you can do whatever you want. Doesn't matter. You think that the Russians were to blame for World War I and not the Germans. You think that it was all British conspiracy. You do whatever you want. It's fine. Because that's not part of the founding mythology of the order that we're all living in at this time, right? Those other things are. And whenever you have a historical event that is mythologized, and when I say that, I don't mean myth like that's a myth, that's a lie. That's not what I mean. I mean that it's...
Is this too fast? I'll slow it a little bit down.
It's a formative part of how we all understand the world we're in, or at least officially, like the official world, like
the structures we live in.
It's the justification for a lot of those structures, right? Whenever you have those things, you're going to have taboos. You're going to have certain ways that certain topics have to be.
He's talking about two different things, though. On the one hand, you have history, right? Like the truthful, as best as we can get, account of things that happened, right? And on the other hand, he's talking about like the cultural narrative. These are two different things. Like they don't necessarily align with one another.
Be talked about that are going to guarantee that topic is just profoundly misunderstood. And I told the students at the University of Vienna, I said, over the next couple decades, like we're going to get to a point where the interwar period and the Second World War are far enough away that people can actually start taking a more honest look at everything that went on. And it is going to be the most fruitful place that any aspiring historian can dive into, because we spent the last 70 years, I mean, in Europe's case, like literally throwing people in jail for looking into the wrong corners, right? So,
which people were being thrown in jail? I wonder. What kinds of people were being thrown in jail for asking the wrong questions? What questions were they asking? Just Just out of curiosity, because really the only laws that I'm aware of regarding this are laws against, like, Holocaust denial. And the people who are violating those laws are neo-Nazis. This dude is literally sitting there and saying, yeah, I think as more time goes by, there will be more people who look into World War II and realize the Holocaust didn't happen. Like, that's what he's trying to say. He's trying to say that his propaganda will get better in the future as, like, this recedes from living memory. Scum like him gets put in prison. Yeah, it's true.
So there's and even
particularly in Austria,
right. And so even in the United
States, it was an invaded country.
Particularly in Austria, yeah, and in Germany, it's weird. Let's not examine why that is.
So I'm not exactly sure why it's so important.
Yeah,
well, I mean,
it's a big topic, but I mean, even the United States, where
just two Nazi pals palling around.
Not going to go to jail necessarily for doing that. You might have your life ruined and lose your job.
You might absolutely go to jail in this country.
Nowadays, you might, yeah. But
are you serious? Because, like, no one in America is being thrown in jail just for being a Nazi or believing in Nazi things. You get thrown in jail for those things if you then, like, I don't know, like, assault a black person or, like, a Jewish person, you know, because hate crime charges do exist. You know, like when once you start acting on your Nazi principles, yeah, you get harsher prison sentences. Yeah.
You know, you could write a book. You could take any angle on it you want. You're not going to ever get a job or have a publisher want to publish or anything, but you could do it. You can go out on.
Oh, is that why you've never published any historical works? Is that the reason? Weird.
The street corner and stand on a box and say whatever it is you think. But even still, you know, that event is really it's such a core part of the state religion that there are emotional triggers built into people since childhood that almost prevent them from taking an approach that might lead them to information or to conclusions that are not part of the state religion's version of that event. You know, and again, you're going to find that. I'm sure the Peloponnesian Wars were like that for the ancient Greeks.
Well, by the way, the American Revolution, which is now totally irrelevant.
Yeah. The Peloponnesian War, famous for its mass genocide. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Short. Yeah. Like a couple generations later, people were saying that genocide didn't happen, and here we are. No, they're not the same, bro. Goodness.
Relevant to modern America, unfortunately. Was like that. The life of Lincoln was like that. Lincoln was an very complicated guy. It's not an endorsement of slavery. Well, speaking for myself, I think slavery is disgusting. It's the worst thing. What you're saying is absolutely right. It's not just the Second World War that is sort of uniquely censored or protected. The mythology around it, it's every event that's central to a nation's understanding of itself, and then that changes over time. So do you think that we are far enough away, 80 years from that war, where you can try to take as an objective a look as you can, and that will be allowed?
No, I don't. I think we've got a little ways to go on that, but I hope I can kind of start to break the ice a little bit, you know, because like here's the problem with doing something like that. And this is something I'm very aware of as I research it and start to work on the project, is that when you have a mythologized historical event that is told, that is, I mean, again, you go to a lot of places in Europe, it's a legal requirement. Over here, it's not quite that, but it almost might as well be where that this event is going to be described from a certain perspective. You're going to approach it a certain way. There are just certain things you're not allowed to question. You have to.
Like, literally, it's a crime to ask questions.
Right.
Yes.
No, it's not, actually. My God.
Then whenever that's the case, when you try to add any type of balance to that account, when you try to tell the story in a way that brings other approaches and other perspectives into it, it's going to look like you're trying to justify those other things. That's just how it's going to seem to people who are very locked into this side. And so if you start talking about the interwar period and how the Weimar culture, you know, after the First World War led to something like the rise of the National Socialists, and why.
Did it though? Did the culture of the Weimar Republic create the National Socialists? Did the existence of gay people create homophobic bigots? Is that what we're going with here?
The people who embraced that movement did embrace it in a way that's not just, you know, was because they were, you know, you had this country, Germany, a sophisticated cultural, you know, superpower that was fine. And then they all turned into demons for a few years and now they're fine again. Like, that's sort of the official story. And I think deep down we all know that makes no sense. Everything
it does make sense because people have the capacity to turn into demons. Like, not literally demons, but like, you know, have like insane moral and religious justification for heinous acts. We see that all the time. You know, we see it in Bosnia, we see it in Rwanda, we see it we see it all over. People have the capacity to do bad things. That's not new information.
Has a cause. You know, again, to go back, like Uday Hussein got to be Uday Hussein from that 3-year-old little kid. Jim Jones got to be Jim Jones from being that guy who was just an earnest local Indianapolis civil rights activist. They all got to be those people that led to the chaos that they eventually invited into the world and onto themselves and their people through their experiences in the world and through a series of decisions.
Yeah, people live in a society. We sure do live in a society.
Decision points that at the time, if you can bring yourself to step into the shoes of those people, and it's not a comfortable thing to do. I mean, I literally listened to probably 2,000 hours of Jim Jones's sermons and him screaming at his people and just going insane to the point where I was dreaming about this guy for months. I would have my headphones in as I was working, listening to Jim Jones, and it's really hard. Yeah, I know.
Are you the only guy in the office doing that?
I think I'm probably the only person in the world that's doing that. And so, and I got to the point where I felt like I knew this guy. I could notice from tape to tape, I would hear changes in his tone of voice, and I knew whether he was high on amphetamines that day or if he had taken his barbiturates already. And now I felt like I knew this guy. And their tapes, by the way, they're not all from like 1 year. They're from like 15, 20 years, right? So you can watch this process of a descent into madness as it's happening.
Yeah.
And, you know, to get to a point where you can bring yourself to step into the shoes of any other human being and understand that as much as it makes you uncomfortable, it is just a human being. And at the very, very like base level, their motivations are the same as yours. Their needs are the same as yours. But that we're a multivariate species that can go a lot of different directions, right? And to be able to do that and force yourself to do it is the key. And so when you do something like that with, I mean, again, like a historical event like World War II, where, I mean, the one rule is that you shall not do that. You shall not.
No one is saying this. Squayatola, thank you for subscribing.
Ciao Bella. River 8 Wiggle Globus 6 Elder 1 BB Ben Imtraken Peace 70 LOVE Peace
Oh my
70
goodness.
Pride.
That's another sub on the board, getting us one paw step closer. Thank you very much, Squayatolo. So, like, the thing that he's running into here, and that I want to inoculate all of you against, is that he's trying to say that no historian is allowed to ask questions or think about how did the Nazis feel, you know, how did the everyday average Nazi feel, how did they become radicalized. That's like the main thrust of like World War II like historical inquiry. You know, like that's one of the things historians are most interested about when it comes to World War II. How did an entire country of people go that bananas? What forces were at play? How did people like come to be in their situation? How did they come to be part of the war effort? You know, what caused some people to support the war effort, or some people to become super believers in like the war and become like members of the SS? What caused some people to reject it and become like an underground network for resistance fighters or Jewish refugees? What caused some people to outright attempt assassinations on the German regime? That's like one of the things historians are most interested in. And this guy's saying, oh yeah, they don't want you to look in it. You're not allowed to have any inquiry into that. And like, if you know anything about this time period, if you know shit about Dick, okay, you know that's just not true.
Look at this topic and try to understand how the Germans saw the world, like how the whole thing from the First World War on up to the very end of the war, how these people might have genuinely felt like they were the ones under attack, that they were the ones being victimized by their neighbors and by all these by the Allied powers. You know, and you can handle that with a sentence. You know, you can wave it off and say, well, you know, they're justifying themselves or they're rationalizing their evil or whatever you want to say. But again, that's I think we're getting to the point where that's very unsatisfying for people.
Most of us.
Well, it's not. It might be unsatisfying for people, but yeah, when you build up an intense propaganda effort to like isolate your population and feed them party lines, and then you enforce that violently, and also have a united enemy against which to direct the public, it becomes suddenly you're providing people the framework for the kind of hatred you want to perpetuate your regime. You know, like it's a deliberate effort to cultivate these ideas and belief systems in the general population. You know, it's complicated, but it also, yeah, it is kind of like that. You know, like you got people on board with it because you told them, hey, actually it is okay to be hateful towards X group of people, you know? Skip the Tucker Carlson ad read.
Shallow, of course.
Hold on, sorry to interrupt, but that's true. But every society has founding myths.
100%.
And you need them. You know, like I don't think that we're necessarily better off now that people are able to just freely tear down a statue of George Washington because he was a slave owner, right?
Agree.
And so like there are sacred symbols and national myths that any group of people are going to need to hold themselves together.
And there's also peril in knowing the truth about things. I mean, if
you know, it's so interesting that like he's talking about like, oh yeah, you know, pulling down the myths around World War II. That's gonna be the best position to have in the next like 80 years as a historian. But don't you dare do that to George Washington or the Founding Fathers.
When we finally find out how President Kennedy was murdered in 1963, we finally find out what all these weird lights in the sky are at night. When we really get to the truth of that, will we be better off or not? I mean, those are fair questions. I don't know the answer.
Again, Tucker Carlson's trying so hard to be Alex Jones. So, yeah, when we finally find out what the lights in the sky are, will we be better off? Because aliens?
But let me just say what I completely agree with you. Particularly any unifying myth, is important.
He does mean
I'm
UFOs.
just
yes.
highly
he's talking about aliens.
Distressed by the uses to which the myths about World War II have been put in the context of modern foreign policy, particularly the war in Ukraine. But not just the war in Ukraine, so many others. Churchill's the good guy, Neville Chamberlain's the bad guy. It's too pat. It's obviously quite banal, but it also has justified like the killing of millions of people since the end of the century.
I mean, it is a bit pat and like very simplistic, but yeah, people tend to believe that Winston Churchill is the good guy and Neville Chamberlain was the bad guy. And what's the reality? Well, the reality is that Winston Churchill was a very, very bad guy who let millions of people die. And Neville Chamberlain was immensely ineffective in his role. Like, he was hated because appeasement didn't work.
Second World War. And so I do think it's fair to ask, like, what really was going on? So, for example, and I'm American, I'm not English, so I don't have any weird motive in asking this, but how would you assess Winston Churchill?
I got in trouble with my podcast partner, Jocko Willink, one time because he's a New England Dutchman whose his family, it's near and dear to they're Dutch, but very near and dear to their heart that Winston Churchill is a hero, right?
Well, everyone
thinks that. He really thinks that. And I told him that I think, and maybe I'm being a little hyperbolic, maybe, but I told him.
Something tells me, though, that this guy dislikes Churchill because he fought Nazis and not because Churchill like started the Bengal famine and killed like millions of people in India.
Maybe trying to provoke him a little bit, that I thought Churchill was the chief villain of the Second World War. Now, he didn't kill the most people. He didn't commit the most atrocities. But I believe, and I don't really think, I think when you really get into it and tell the story right and don't leave anything out, you see that he was primarily responsible for that war becoming what it did, becoming something other than an invasion of Poland. Or
yeah, I don't think that was on Churchill, bud. I don't think the Blitzkrieg was Churchill's fault. Like, I don't think that was a whoopsie daisy on Winston Churchill.
At every step of the way, like people are very often, I find, surprised to learn. There's a two-step process.
Well,
right?
why don't you make the case for that? Okay, so you've made your statement. A lot of people are thinking, well, wait a second. You said Churchill, my childhood hero, the guy with the cigar.
Yeah. Well, and the next thought that comes into their head is that, oh, you're saying Churchill was the chief villain, therefore his enemies, Adolf Hitler and so forth were
Stalin,
the protagonists, right?
Yeah.
They're the good guys if you think he's a villain. That's not the case. That's not what I'm saying. Germany, look, they put themselves into a position, and Adolf Hitler is chiefly responsible for this, but his whole regime is responsible for it, that when they went into the East,
I love that this guy's like, Adolf Hitler was chiefly responsible for it, but it was the whole regime, really. Like, oh man, dude.
1941, they launched a war where they were completely unprepared to deal with the millions and millions of prisoners of war, of local political prisoners and so forth that they were going to have to handle. They went in with no plan for that. And they just threw these people into camps, and millions of people ended up dead there. You have like letters as early as July, August 1941 from commandants of these makeshift camps that they're setting up for these millions of people who are surrendering or people they're rounding up. And so it's 2 months.
Or people they're rounding up. What was that? Just some people they were rounding up. I'm so curious about that.
It's a month or two after Barbarossa was launched, and they're writing back to the high command in Berlin saying, we can't feed these people. We don't have the food to feed these people. And one of them actually says, rather than wait for them all to slowly starve this winter, wouldn't it be more humane to just finish them off quickly now? And so this is like 2 months into the invasion, right? And like my view on this, I argue with my Zionist interlocutors about this all the time with regard to the current war in Gaza. Look, man, like maybe you, as the Germans, you felt like you had to invade to the east. Maybe you thought that Stalin was such a threat, or that if he launched a surprise attack and seized the oil fields in Romania, that you would now not have the fuel to actually respond, and you'd be crippled, and all of Europe would be under threat, and whatever it was, that like maybe you thought you had to do that. But at the end of the day, you launched that war with no plan to care for the millions and millions of civilians and prisoners of war that were going to come under your control, and millions.
Yeah, because the plan was to kill them. It wasn't an oversight. The plan was just to kill them. Like, I don't understand what's complicated about this for you. The reason the logistical supply lines to feed them didn't exist was because the plan was to kill them.
Millions of people died because of that, right? And you can look at it and say, like, well, yeah. So I get back to your main question about Churchill.
By the way, I haven't seen any clips from this, so it's kind of wild to me that, like, apropos of nothing, this guy just like veered off of talking about Winston Churchill and how Winston Churchill is to blame for Hitler invading the rest of Europe. Out of nowhere, just veers into like Holocaust denial for no reason.
If you go to 1939, when the Germans and the Soviet Union invade Poland, as soon as that war's wrapped up on the German side, Hitler starts firing off peace proposals to Britain and France because they'd already declared war. He didn't expect them to declare war, actually. Like, there's a famous scene where he kind of throws a fit when he finds out that they did do that. And so he doesn't want to fight France. He doesn't want to fight Britain. He feels that's going to weaken Europe when we've got this huge threat to the east, the communist threat over there. And he starts firing off peace proposals. He says, let's not do this. Like, we can't do this. And of course, a year goes by, 1940 comes around, and they're still at war. And so he launches his invasion to the west, takes over France, takes over Western and Northern Europe. Once that's done, and the British have, escaped at Dunkirk, there's no British force left on the continent. There's no opposing force left on the continent.
Jack taught me democracy is painful.
Hey, you guys asked for this. Malachi, thank you for gifting Calavera Kid a sub. I very much appreciate that. And also, we're at 34 subs until we get our analog horror segment. So let's keep going, folks. It's going to be a long segment once we reach there. Now, I want to say that he at no point here showed that Winston Churchill was to blame for Hitler going beyond Poland. Notice how, like, even in his telling, like, Hitler clearly wanted to go east. But also, just want to throw this out there. Hitler thought at one point that England and France would willingly join him and, like, not resist him, because he viewed both countries as being not Aryan, but, like, lesser Aryan, but like still kind of like we can work together. You know, they can have their own countries. Like in a eugenicist way, they were like subhuman, but like acceptable levels of subhuman to like fraternize with. And yeah, that part's true. He did think that like the eugenicist racial bond they shared would like unite them in battle or something like that.
This is your Australian handler. I fear that this segment is not offering the shimp it should be.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. I will, of course, add all of those to the shimp pile. Thank you very, very much. We are now 16 subs away from our goal, chat. I think we can do it. I think you can do it. Salmon Moose, thank you so goddamn much for feeding the dono ghost that lives in my closet. The more donos I have, the less it will have to feed off of me.
In other words, the war is over, and the Germans won. Okay,
but by what point?
Fall of 1940, right? So there's literally no opposing force on the continent, and throughout that summer, Adolf Hitler is firing off radio broadcasts, giving speeches, literally sending planes over to drop leaflets over London and other British cities, trying to get the message to these people that Germany does not want to fight you. Like, we don't want to fight you. Offering peace proposals that, it said, you keep all your overseas colonies. We don't want any of that. We want Britain to be strong. The world needs Britain to be strong, especially as we face this communist threat and so forth. Like, this what's going on. And I think that if there were people in Britain who, if they hadn't put it this way, if they hadn't been so successful at delegitimizing the peace approach by demonizing Neville Chamberlain and so forth, and holding him responsible for the invasion of Poland, that people would have been, they would have understood, like, we don't need a repeat of the First World War. We don't, which is not what ended up happening.
I mean, when you invade Poland, that's kind of what you do, though, right? Like, they had treaties and like diplomatic relationships with Poland, and like it turned out that like, hey, who is this person? This guy's a Nazi, and he's being interviewed by Tucker Carlson. All that I'm trying to say here is that this guy's full of shit on this, in particular, to a degree that it's actually kind of incredible.
Happening, but that's what everybody thought was going to happen. And so,
what's the guest name? Daryl Cooper. He is considered a Nazi historian.
I mean, you have a guy,
and by that I don't mean like a historian that specializes in Nazis. I mean a neo-Nazi who LARPs as a historian.
Churchill wanted a war. He wanted to fight Germany, and the reason that I don't begrudge him that. People can, national leaders, you can fight whoever you want. If you feel like your the long-term interests of the British Empire are threatened by the rise of a powerful continental power like Germany, and you need to check that. Those are great power games, and you play them the way you feel like you need to play them. That's fine. The reason I resent Churchill so much for it is that he kept this war going when he had no way to go back and fight this war. All he had were bombers. He was literally, by 1940, sending firebomb fleets.
I have heard more recent historians say Chamberlain was secretly stalling so they could build their air force. Still not great, but more understandable reason for appeasement. Timeline had a great doc on this perspective.
I don't really buy that about Chamberlain. Let me put it this way. I think that feels and smells to me. Not seeing any of their evidence, obviously. Like, I could be wrong, but that feels like kind of a post hoc explanation of his behavior and decision making that I don't know is backed up by the actual historical data we have. Maybe there's evidence that exists that shows me that I could be wrong. But I haven't seen that. So until I actually see that, I that feels like just like a, well, maybe he wasn't a dipshit, and maybe he was actually doing 4D chess, and I need to see the chessboard,
Bomber fleets to go firebomb the Black Forest, just to burn down sections of the Black Forest, just rank terrorism, going through and starting to, what eventually became just the carpet bombing, the saturation bombing of civilian neighborhoods, to kill, is the purpose of which was to kill as many civilians as possible. And all the men were out in the field, all the fighting age men were out in the field. And so it's old people, it's women and children, and they knew that, and they were wiping these places out as gigantic scaled terrorist attacks, the greatest, scale.
Like one of the major flaws with his narrative that he's trying to spin here is that France and England had pledged to come to Poland's aid if Germany invaded them. So there was already a defensive alliance set up. So it's not like the invasion happened and then like France and England were like, "Oh, well, we should be chill about it because no one wants a repeat of World War I." No, they had pledged to come to Poland's aid, and like in geopolitics, that's important to do. You need to be a dependable ally.
Of terrorist attacks you've ever seen in world history.
Why would he do that?
Because it was the only means that they had to continue fighting at the time. They didn't have the ability to reinvade Europe, and so he needed to keep this war going until he accomplished what he hoped to accomplish. We know now there's actually a really great series of books. It's one of the best. I recommend it to everybody, but it's really expensive.
Well, he was coordinating with the French underground, the French resistance, and he knew that America was entering the war. So like, it's like the idea that they would like establish a beachhead in France where they have friendly fighters is not an insane idea when like the largest industrial army currently on the field is sending an unimaginable number of troops across the Atlantic Ocean to help you. Like, it's not like it's a crazy idea that like you would reconnect with the French underground and like, march north and east.
Now, and it's 6 long volumes called History of British Special Operations in the Second World War. And one of the books gets into the level of just the extent of media operations, propaganda operations, everything that they were running in the United States to eventually drag us into that war. And that was his whole plan. His whole plan was we don't have a way to fight this war ourselves. This war's over. We need either the Soviet Union.
Obviously, they couldn't fight the war themselves. It was a world war. A world war. Like, it spanned the world.
Union or the United States to do it for us, and that was the plan, and kept the war going long enough for that plan to come to fruition. And to me, it's a craven, ugly way to fight a war. And
oh, it's a craven, ugly way to fight a war. Oh no! Was the war being fought in ways that were too cowardly for you? Oh, did that make it look too ugly? Was the war not pretty enough for you? It's a fucking war, dude. It's not just any war. It's a world war. It's the biggest war we've ever fought in the history of the planet. What are you not getting here? Oh, but the people who won, they did it in a really cowardly way. And like, I'm sorry. Some people come to win and not to look nice as they get mowed down like the Light Brigade.
What was the motive?
Well, Churchill's got a long and complicated history. I mean, he's somebody who
that was the wryest smile I think I've ever seen.
Yeah. Well, look.
This guy really hates Winston Churchill because Churchill killed a lot of Nazis.
I think on one level, there was a sense that Churchill was sort of humiliated by his performance in the First World War as the head of the Admiralty, and he was out in the cold for a long time.
I mean, Gallipoli.
Yeah, and which that was his operation.
Yeah.
I mean, and so he was rightly held responsible for that and seen as responsible for one of the great disasters that the British suffered during that war. And so I think part of it's probably kind of personal. He wanted redemption. He wanted to go out there and like prove that he's the warlord that can go out there and fight this big war. Probably. I think part of it, I read about Churchill and he strikes me as a psychopath. But he's also a sort of, he was a drunk. He was very childish in strange ways. People would talk about how, as an adult, like as prime minister, they'd find him in his room and he's like playing with action figures like war toys and army men and stuff, and would get mad when people would interrupt him, when he was doing this. This is a strange fellow, There's all those things. But then you get into, why was Winston Churchill such a dedicated booster of Zionism from early on in his life, right?
Probably because he was anti-Semitic. I don't know a whole lot about Churchill, but I do know a whole lot about European history of anti-Semitism because that was part of what I studied for my minor in history. And yeah, Europeans were on another level of anti-Semitic. Oh. Does Tucker Carlson yeah, Tucker Carlson does the thing. It's okay, we'll be back. It will be back. The YouTube didn't get nuked. It's still running. You just have to hold on for like a minute. Guys, you just have to hold on for like a minute. It will be back. It will be back. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Beep, beep, pew. Let's see, what happened here? Hey, shimp together strong. Yeah, there we go. Can't hold on for a minute. A minute is too long. Are you 5 years old? Come on. I did not see that coming. True. True. Do 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 do. Ba da ba boo boo. Ba ba doo. Do 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 do. Ah. Hooked on a feeling. We back, baby. YouTube refugees are eating your cats, folks. They come here. They come to riverboat.gg. They come to twitch.tv/riverboatjack. They're eating cats. They're eating dogs. All these YouTube people, am I right? Yeah, so much for the free speech crowd. Yeah. It's all free speech and roses until suddenly someone criticizes a out and out neo-Nazi historian. They're eating the geese. Yeah, by the way, the picture of like the Haitian refugee holding a goose. Apparently, Ohio's like hunting and fishing board or whatever their department commented on that, was like, yeah, this guy picked up a couple geese who were hit by cars on the road and brought them to a nearby like wildlife refuge. Like he was doing a community service. Did I see the Kiffness made a song about that today? I did. It's a good song. Wonder why the fuck you got shut down. Well, so my channel didn't get dinged, guys. What happens is if the YouTube algorithm thinks that you are playing copywritten content, it will just like black out the stream for like a couple minutes until like the algorithm senses that you're not sharing that content anymore. So that's what happened there. So the channel's fine, guys. Channel's fine. Maybe that was the goose that lays the golden eggs. Anyway, to round out that segment, let's just go to the most replayed part of the podcast. We've gotten through most of it. You kind of get the angle he has here. Like, oh man, the British fought the Nazis, and that makes the British bad. You know, that's kind of his main angle here. But let's take a look at this section, the most watched portion of this.
So if you change those stories, all of those things change as well.
Okay, so that's a perfect segue to something I'm just itching to talk to you about, itching to get your view on. And that leads us back to Churchill. So Churchill's this great hero, defender of the West, savior of the West, the toughest man in world history, the only reason we're not speaking German. And he won the Second World War. Like, that's what, ask anybody, that's just a fact. And yet, if I go to his country, like, regularly, and it's, it doesn't really even exist in any recognized way. It's totally degraded. I try not to go there.
Tucker Carlson is saying that England doesn't exist anymore because there are black and brown people there now.
Because it's so depressing. It's just so sad. It's so broken. It's not the country of victors. It's a completely defeated country that's subsequently been invaded. And so
the invasion is people from British colonies coming, like, moving to England. That's the issue. It's like he watched, like, it's like he watched too much Alex Jones and now he's trying to do a bad copy.
How did that happen? How did I go to Japan and it's full of self-respect and order and cleanliness, and like, it doesn't look like it lost. It's like, what is that?
Well, I think we ran
again, and he's holding up Japan because that's what Nazis and white supremacists do. They hold up Japan and they're like, look at this pinnacle of civilization. And now look at all of these degraded and degenerate Western countries with their queer people and their not white people. And it's because they view Japan as an ethno-state. And they think it is a good example of, like, what the entire world could be if only all the other countries on the world were ethno-states,
We ran an experiment that tells us pretty well what that is. And we didn't know we were running the experiment at the time, but you had the Iron Curtain set up, and all the countries behind it that were not exposed to incessant American world order Western propaganda for 70 years, they don't have these same problems. You go to Hungary, even a place like Poland, which obviously the leadership class of any of these countries is, you always have to be suspicious of them because, they
even Romania, which, as you said, suffered more than most countries.
Yeah. And so, but those countries, like, they don't mind. Again, the tippy-top leadership class might be one thing. Somebody went to the London School of Economics or something. But, like,
taking NATO money. Yeah.
The people have no problem saying, no, this is a country. This is Hungary. This is a country for Hungarians. This is a Christian country. This is.
Yeah, if you go to Hungary, a dictatorship run by a Christian dictator. Yeah. Yeah, it turns out if you go to the authoritarian country, that is run with, like, a militaristic, iron fist, suddenly a lot of people will be very gung-ho about excluding others from their society. It's crazy. Every single video I've watched about Japan has some fucking asshole in the comments saying, see how orderly and clean they are? It's because they're culturally consistent. Yeah. It's just racist. It's racist dog whistling, And by the way, in case you're wondering where this goes from here, mass immigration in Europe is the next segment. The civil rights movement and BLM is the next one. Then the next one is Viktor Orban, Vladimir Putin, and Donald Trump, because this show can't stop filleting dictators or wannabe dictators. And yeah, basically, it's the Nazi white supremacist talking points. It's brown people bad and gross and ruining the world. And then we have, this is how black and brown people are doing that in America with civil rights and BLM. And then you have, hey, aren't dictators pretty great? They could probably fix that somehow. Only to follow it up with Christianity because, really what you need in order to ensure that a dictator is good, one of the good ones, they just got to be Christian. See, that is the primary concept, the primary selling point to these people about, like, theocratic authoritarianism, right? They want someone who is ordained by God, you know? And if a dictator is just willing to say, yes, I will be bigoted in favor of Christians, I will be biased in favor of Christians, they all seal clap. They all seal clap about that, and therefore he could never do anything wrong. You know, he's guided by God. And, oh man. Did we get clapped one more time? Cool. Well, anyway, that will all be in the segment, so you guys don't have to worry about that. Just an excuse for you guys to watch my wonderful content again. You didn't even notice? I can't see when the stream goes down because of stuff like that. I don't see it on my end. I don't see it in my stream preview. I don't, like, the only way I know that it happened is because you guys start posting about it in chat. That's the only way I know that it happened. But we're not going to watch any more clips. I just wanted to put the bow on it. You know, I wanted to put the bow on the segment. We did that. Tucker Carlson's bad, and he's leaning into Nazism, and is also just a bad version of Alex Jones. Like, Alex Jones is already bad, but, like, if you tried to do a knockoff Alex Jones, a Wish.com Alex Jones, you'd just get Tucker Carlson these days.
You could be right about Chamberlain. I can try to find the doc I found if you are interested. Sometimes the classified stuff can be interesting, like War Plan Red or Mincemeat.
Yeah, Kit Ascended, thank you for the $10 dono, first of all, and second of all, yeah, I'd love to look into it, of course. That's right, we're two subs closer to analog horror. We're at 46. I think that means we are 14 subs away. By my calculations. Heh. I figured 60 subs is a lot, but also the analog horror is like a 60-minute commitment, so. Seal clap for the return of Jack. All right. About 30 minutes behind, catching up now. Can't get over how this guy apparently got sent to various other countries for his work and just went, oh, well, they don't speak English. There's nothing interesting to me here to experience. I'll just go back to my hotel room now. What an incomprehensibly closed mind. Right? Like, I was thinking that at the time, but at the same time, I'm like, well, I'm kind of introverted, so, like, maybe I would do something similar, but also at least go out and, like, try the food, man. Good night, Robber Adset. Oh, sorry. I'm getting the. So, YouTube does let me know via other ways that my videos, my video live stream got, like, temporarily, like, black screened. But it lets me know in an email sent approximately 15 to 20 minutes after it happens. Yeah, so it doesn't help me to know that it happened, you know? Good job. Also, my makeup looks pretty good today, I think. Also, having a good boob day. Good boob days are so important, okay? You look good every day? Yeah, but sometimes you just have a good boob day, you know? There are good boob days and bad boob days. Good hair days and bad hair days. Isn't any day with boobs a good day? True, Snoogan. I did struggle very hard to have these boobs, and I appreciate them every day. But some days, they're especially... The girls are especially perky, okay? Jack trying to... Look, if I need to seduce the algorithm a bit to get, you know, to get some juice in the feed, okay? I'll do it. I won't like it, but I'll do it. I get it. I have days where I just feel so in the boob zone. See, you get it, Thistles for Eyes. All boobs are good boobs. Sophie, true. Anyway, just to tack on to the very, very end. Just to tack on to the very, very end of this Tucker Carlson exploration, we'll say. Here is JD Vance's reaction to being asked about it. Because of course he was.
Yes. Look, I believe, agree or disagree with anything that Tucker Carlson or his guests say, we believe in free speech. We believe if you don't like an idea, and obviously, you know, the Holocaust was a terrible tragedy, and it's something that we have to make sure never gets repeated again in this country. The best way, I think, to ensure, never gets repeated again anywhere in the world, certainly in this country or anywhere else, the best way to ensure that doesn't happen is to debate and push back against bad ideas. It's not to try to censor and suppress them. I really believe that the more you censor ideas instead of fight back against them, the more you give those ideas power. On the second question...
So you're saying that Tucker Carlson should have fought back against the Holocaust-denying guest that he had on. Because I agree. But he didn't do that, and that's why you're being asked about it.
It was, sorry, remind me?
Using social media for cartel.
Yeah, so look.
Damn thing. What the hell was that?
So
like a grasshopper or something flew at him. Oh, I didn't watch this clip. This is great.
Yeah, so look.
This little guy just is like checking him out. I must away.
So the thing on social media is, look, these companies are making billions of dollars, and a lot of them are getting rich by actually facilitating some really, really bad stuff.
Like, say, a 2-hour-long podcast filleting a Holocaust denier?
And we have to stop that, right? And if you're not willing to use the power of law enforcement to tell these social media companies they have to stop facilitating drug trafficking and sex trafficking, then you're not fit to be a leader of this country. We certainly...
They already do that. They're already legally required to do that.
Certainly believe that if the the Department of Justice applied appropriate pressure on these social media companies, they could behave a lot better. And if they don't, there's going to be hell to pay. It is ridiculous that you have American businesses facilitating drug trafficking and sex trafficking. It's making these guys' lives harder. We're going to make their lives easier when Donald Trump is president.
Senator, when you talk to...
Senator, where did you get your moth-dodging skills? Was it from watching all of that Naruto with your son? Amazing stuff. And, of course, we have one more segment as part of this, because I'm not done yet. Because we have a surprise guest. Not on the show, but a surprise warrior, intellectual titan.
Now, speaking of contrarian takes in independent right-wing media. Tucker Carlson has gotten a ton of attention recently. He's gotten a ton of attention for many years because he's an extremely prominent right-wing thinker and speaker and communicator. But he recently got attention because on his podcast, he hosted a guy named Daryl Cooper. And Daryl Cooper is a popular historian and
neo-Nazi historian,
a writer and podcaster and all that. He goes by the handle Martyr Made on Twitter. And Daryl Cooper came out with this provocative statement, declaration, that Winston Churchill was the chief villain of World War II.
I thought Churchill was the chief villain of the Second World War. Now, he didn't kill the most.
Nope, you're not going to get me. You're not going to get me again.
Two, obviously, the chief villain has to be Hitler or maybe Stalin, but you can't.
Like, do you understand how insanely, like, on the nose Nazi, like Hitlerite you have to be from Michael Knowles to be like, no, Hitler was the main villain. Come on. Do you have any idea how on the nose Nazi you have to be about that? To get, like, fact checked on it by Michael Knowles?
Put Churchill, he's the hero of World War II. What is one to think of this provocative and extremely viral interview? We'll get to that in 1 second. First, I want to tell you about Ramp. Go to ramp.com/Knowles. Managing your business finances can feel like trying to balance a federal.
Oh my God. We're 2 minutes in. You're already doing a fucking ad. You guys are backed by right-wing billionaires. You don't need to be doing this.
To the whole interview, I've listened to parts of it. I've followed Tucker for years, and I've followed Daryl Cooper's work for years too, a little bit. Follow him on Twitter. I haven't delved into his podcasts or anything, but I've seen little comments here or there. They're kind of interesting. If you like contrarian takes, this will certainly be a very interesting interview for you. I think Mr. Cooper goes a little soft on the mustache man in his take, but of course it's a contrarian take, so he's going to be emphasizing the alleged perfidy of Churchill and de-emphasizing people like Hitler and Stalin, Mussolini. There's a really important point that he makes here, and I think this is the underlying reason why people find this kind of take interesting, which is that the Second World War gives us a lot of the modern mythology of the West. Wars very often make up the core of civic mythologies, going all the way back to the Trojan War. The first great myth in the West is the Iliad, and the Iliad is this legendary account by Homer of the Trojan War. The Trojan War is almost certainly a real event. Troy was a real city. The Trojan War was a real event. But then the Homeric epic is a legendary, fantastical, mythological reading of that event, and it forms the core of the Greek mythology. But there are other wars that have formed part of this mythology.
Does it form a core of the Greek mythology, though? Or is it just, one of the things that survive to this day? Like, it is certainly a work that has extreme amounts of historical significance today. Did it hold that at the time? We have no idea, actually.
I think of the Punic Wars in ancient Rome, Cato the Elder saying, "Carthago delenda est," Carthage must be destroyed, and Rome goes in there and completely obliterates Carthage. Carthage had sacrificed infants and done all sorts of terrible things.
Yeah, and we know that because we have the Roman historians who justified it. One of the funny things about this story in particular, I forget, he'll quote it here.
That have formed part of this mythology. I think of the Punic Wars in ancient Rome, Cato the Elder saying, "Carthago delenda est," Carthage.
Carthago delenda est. Cato the Elder was basically the first political troll. Because he would just end any speech with that. And if it, like, it would be like the sign-off phrase. And it's hilarious because like he would be talking about something that completely unrelated to Carthage, and then that would be how he ends the speech. He basically memed Rome's way into the conflict.
Carthage must be destroyed, and Rome goes in there and completely obliterates Carthage. Carthage was had sacrificed infants and done all sorts of terrible things, and also was an economic rival power to Rome, which is another reason they went in there to get them. Other wars make up big parts of mythology. I think in the west of, well, the Crusades, certainly. It's a big, maybe the...
Yeah. Carthago delenda est. Cato is said to have used the phrase as the conclusion to all his speeches to push for the war. Just... Cato the Elder was literally like the Marjorie Taylor Greene of his day. You know, he was just out there being a silly old goose. I really like Carthage because it's extraordinarily overpowered in Civilization 5.
At the height of Western civilization and Christendom's strength, the uniting action was the Crusades, going back to retake the Holy Land and protect Christians in the Holy Land from the Muslims who had invaded.
What the fuck are you talking about? Michael Knowles, you were talking about Greece, now then you were talking about Rome and Carthage, and now you're jumping like 2,000 years later to talk about the Crusades? What are you talking about?
I think of, well, speaking of, the Battle of Poitiers in 732, where Charles Martel, grandfather to Charlemagne, Charles the Hammer, goes in and turns the invading Muslims back 150 miles outside of Paris, just a century after Islam had begun. Or I think of the Battle of Lepanto, 1571, when the Holy League was vastly outnumbered by the Ottoman Turks. And
I see. Michael Knowles played a lot of Age of Empires too, and learned a little bit too much about European history, but doesn't really know how to structure an argument.
And the Pope prayed the Rosary, and it was understood that Our Lady interceded for us. And this was...
Are you saying that the Pope won the war for you? The Pope did a wulululu and won the war? Interesting.
This is where you get the feast, certainly in the Catholic Church, of Our Lady of Victory, Our Lady of the Rosary.
Thank you, verisimilitude. Thank you for understanding my reference.
The Battle of Vienna, largest cavalry charge in history. You get these important wars. And in modern times, World War II is the war. It's the greatest war ever. Clear good guys, clear bad guys. We haven't had such clear wars since then. Vietnam, Korea.
Yeah, but much like Final Fantasy, the Pope summoned the Virgin Mary, you know, and she destroyed the invading armies, you know. I get that what he's doing here is talking about events that could serve as like cultural touchstones, but you can turn any event into a cultural touchstone. You know, like we turned the fucking Liberty Bell into a cultural touchstone for America. You can do it with anything. We built the gigantic shiny bean in the middle of Chicago, and now that's a cultural touchstone for us too. You know, like it can be like any kind of narrative or object, and you can turn that into a symbol. You know, it's not unique. And I guess, I guess if his point is that there are other things throughout history that could have served in similar capacities, yeah, but I guess that's not really addressing any kind of argument.
Yeah, Iraq. But World War II, that was the one. And this guy, Daryl Cooper, is questioning that mythology. And he would say, right, that's the point. We have to cut through this mythology.
It is good to question narratives. The issue is he's trying to frame it as if like, oh, everyone's aghast and agog that he's questioning the narrative. No, he's just wrong. The issue is he doesn't have evidence to back up his points, and he's just a Nazi sympathizer. And you know how I know he's a Nazi sympathizer? Just as an FYI, you know how I know he's a shit tier, like, historian and a Nazi sympathizer? I'm just gonna throw this tweet up on screen. A screenshot of a tweet from the Martyr Made account. Can anyone, I don't know, can anyone point out anything about this that might, I don't know, validate that he is in fact a Nazi? I don't know, just spitballing here. I wonder. Now, also, a lot of conservatives got real upset about this whole tableau put together by like drag queens for the Paris Olympics. One thing you should know is that this is not, in fact, an homage to The Last Supper. The Last Supper was actually fan fiction. The Last Supper was based on a different painting. It was, in fact, based on this painting of Greek gods and goddesses at a feast. Yes, the Feast of Dionysus. Yeah. So, that's what they're that's what this image is about. And well, I just want to point out once again, he is saying that Nazis marching down the streets of Paris was infinitely preferable in virtually every way to gay and trans people, like reenacting a painting that has been iterated on for like the last 1,000 years. JK, not 1,000 years. It's more like 300 years. But I just The Last Supper was an homage to the 2024 French Olympics opening. True. Yeah, anyway.
Because this mythology isn't historically accurate. Now, whether or not the myth is historically accurate, I think it's an interesting point they're making. That's why people are talking about it. But I think there's a big mistake that people are falling into here, which is myths develop, myths change. When I say myth, by the way, I'm not saying something that isn't true. There are true myths. There are literally true myths. There are figuratively true myths. I mean a story that constitutes
a cultural touchstone. We get it.
It's a basis of
Fun
cultural
fact, Carthage
identity.
made boats like IKEA before it was a thing.
True. Key Descended, thank you for the $5 dono. Just gonna add that to the tally here. Whoop. There we go.
Entity. And so there's a modern impulse to debunk myths. And usually that's on the left. The left has been making all sorts of these arguments against Churchill for many decades now. He wasn't a good guy. He was a bad guy. You know, I like him because he wore bow ties and smoked cigars. But, you know, they'll all these sorts of ways to debunk the heroism of Churchill. In the same way that we debunk the heroism of, I don't know, the founding fathers, or debunk the heroism of Christopher Columbus, or of the conquistadors, or whatever, the pilgrims. There's this movement to debunk the myth, but we need myth. So some new myth is just going to come in. You get rid of the mythos and the heroism of George Washington. You're going to get the mythos and heroism of George Floyd. Okay, but there's going to be some kind of myth here. So what happens if people successfully debunk, or, you know, get people to turn against the myth that it in part developed out of the Second World War? What's going to replace it?
It's very simple. Michael, what happens when we get more information, when we get more accurate information, is that we add that to the myth. We add that to the story. We add that to the cultural touchstone. You know, like when people learn like bad parts about American history, and that America isn't all sunshine, rainbows, and democracy, and in fact did things like the Trail of Tears, what happens? You just know more about the event. You understand more clearly the forces and the impact and like the, I don't know, the cultural resonance and effects it had, you know? Like you're better able to contextualize all of that when you know more about an event or a person. It is good, in fact, to know more, and not, in fact, good for us to know less. You know, like, despite the name, what your name might imply. You know, I'm just saying, low-hanging fruit.
Probably what many of these guys would say is, well, we have to debunk it because that myth has led to some liberal policies, and there's this really problematic part in the myth, which is that we teamed up with the communists. So you can say Hitler, evil, extremely evil. In modern parlance, in the kind of mythological speaking about it.
I mean, you're using mythological in a really weird and suspect way now. Just say in like as a cultural touchstone.
Hitler is considered to be the absolute incarnation of evil. So, you know, today, if you want to call someone the most evil that one can possibly be, you don't call him the devil. You don't call him Satan. Our culture no longer believes in the devil. You call him Hitler. Hitler is the devil for all intents and purposes in the mythology. And Hitler was an extraordinarily evil person. So how do you make sense of the fact that we teamed up with the communists? Stalin was also extraordinarily evil. And what does it all mean? Well, the cultural mythologies are going to develop over time. You know, they've developed since the Iliad and through the Punic Wars and through the Crusades and all the rest of it. It's going to continue to change. But where I fear the right is being imprudent and could be, and needs to be more cautious is, however the mythology changes, we have to be on our own side. We have to take our own side. It seems to me inhuman and quite liberal to try to put yourself above your own country, above your own nation. To say, well, actually, this other country was right, or actually, these other guys were the good guys. I think, you know, it's a very...
So you're saying you should just believe lies if it maintains your nation's superiority. Like, Michael, is it good to believe lies? Is it good to believe something that is true? Or is it good to believe a convenient lie? Which is it? I personally believe that it is better to believe something that is true versus believing something that's just a convenient lie for me. So when you say, well, you should just believe whatever makes your country look best. Well, if that were the case, then there'd be a lot of incentive there to like just, you know, imagine that the United States didn't do a genocide against Native Americans, or a genocide in the Philippines, or colonialism, or, you know, the Trail of Tears, or the Tuskegee experiments, or slavery. You know, like, there are a lot of things that would be very convenient for national identity reasons to not believe. But I don't think that's good, actually. I think it's good to believe things that are true, not lies. And I'd wager most people agree with me and don't agree that you should just swallow propaganda and internalize that because it's convenient to the nation. Just throwing that out there, though. Maybe I'm wrong.
Simplistic way to look at history to say, here are the good guys, here are the bad guys. And then people who have more sophistication, they say, well, there are no good guys and bad guys. But I think the people who have the most sophistication here observe, we must be the good guys. However the mythos is going to develop, we have to be the good guys.
Yet, what you're arguing here is just historical revisionism. That's what you're arguing. You're saying that the most enlightened position here is just to believe convenient lies. And I reject that. But honestly, it's one of the most honest portrayals of what the conservative position is, right? This is why they buck against teachers actually engaging students and teaching them about history, right? This is why there was the whole kerfuffle over the 1619 Project. This is why conservatives hate students learning about American history. And it's because it is inconvenient to national identity. It is inconvenient for their reliance on this, virulent strain of patriotism that calls for, like, purges of the population, you know? So, in a way, Michael Knowles here is being extraordinarily honest in a way that I appreciate. And in another way here, I hope that this is so mask off that even the people who watch his show understand that what he's saying here is that he's just full of shit all the time because it is convenient for him to be full of shit. He is saying he is a liar, but lying is actually good. He's lying to you for your own sakes.
We have to be the protagonists in our own story. If we are not, there will be a civilizational suicide. That's what that amounts to. That was a great, handsome clip. And
still lying even in the outro to his video. Yeah, what he's saying is effectively that if in fact you don't believe lies about your society will collapse and you'll have Mad Max. Like he's that's his argument. Fascists are, it's a death cult. It's anti-empirical. It's anti-empiricist. They do not believe in facts or introspection, and they're getting more and more progressively mask off about that. Insanity.
sometimes I wish the elderly would just die.
Thanks, Michael. With that, folks, we are officially at the end of that segment. We've been going for about 3 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream. And where are we at? Where are we at when it comes to viewers here? Oof. The black screens really hurt us on YouTube. I'm sorry about that, folks. We were at like 160 viewers, then it dropped down to 120. My bad. I should have known. No more Tucker Carlson. Gilbertus Maximus, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy my stream. But hey, we have over 100 likes. I think we can hit 150 likes though, okay? Like even though we took a bit of a hit, in viewership, we still have 300 people. 200 people watching on the YouTube. I think you guys can hit 150 likes. I believe in you guys. Look at the people defending the racist anti-Haitian conspiracies. They're just admitting they know it's fake. It doesn't matter because feels. Yeah, like, they also try and justify their anti-Haitian hate-mongering because they say it's like the J.D. Vance couch thing. Except no one was going around saying that J.D. Vance was actually fucking couches, you know? Like, we all understood that that wasn't real, and propagating that idea doesn't hurt anyone except, you know, maybe J.D. Vance's feelings. But like the Haitian cat thing, that's you're just being racist. Like, that's just racism. It's not a joke. You're just doing a racism. Yeah, fucking a couch doesn't hurt anybody. Unless you have very poor hygiene. I'm glad you're all sticking to the couch fucking story. And folks, if you have been enjoying the stream, please consider dropping those subs and donos. We are currently 13 subs and donos away from our analog horror segment. And that will be pretty fun. It's very lengthy. It's a 45-minute long analog horror dive back into the world of the back rooms with Kane Pixels. I believe in you, chat. I think we can do this. Almost a Kane. I guess the best we can hope for is that the fascist movement in the U.S. is incredibly decentralized, so we hopefully won't see actual brown shirts roaming the streets. Yeah. That is kind of the hope. Go, I can get rid of that now. Boom. Whoo, baby. That video is so good. I know, Kippy. I'm looking forward to it, but we need 13 more subs to do it. I like how Trump didn't even get the right animal at first when he propagated the meme. He only landed on cats by free word association from dogs. Yeah. God. Yeah, by the way, here, you know what? Since we're talking about it anyway, we're gonna do a segment. All right, we're gonna do a segment. So, folks, there is a place called Springfield. Now, it's been depicted numerous times in media, notably in The Simpsons. But no, everyone who lives there is not a cartoon doing lovable goofball antics. Unfortunately, it is a very real place, populated by very real people, and in fact, most of those people are good people. But some of them aren't. And one of them in particular is actually patient zero for the Haitians are eating cats and dogs meme, lie, propaganda that's currently going around in conservative circles. And this young man, well, maybe not young man, but this guy who started all of this is a Nazi. He's actually from a known neo-Nazi group called Blood Pride. And he brought this up in a Springfield City Commission meeting because he was one of the leaders of the anti-Haitian refugee movement in Springfield, Ohio. And it is, in fact, well, let's just roll the clip.
Nathaniel Higgers of Blood Pride.
He literally identifies himself as a member of the neo-Nazi group.
At the head of the anti-Haitian immigration march earlier this month. I'm sure the Honorable Mr. Rob Rue recognizes me, considering he supposedly knew of our action before we even arrived.
He's a literal Nazi. He marched with swastikas.
First of all, I would like to dispel the myth that you knew of our march and intentionally had no reaction or made no forewarning about it as a preventative measure. You had no more idea than the police officers or Haitians. And it's frankly insulting to our organization to make such a claim.
We'd never hate anybody.
Second.
That's not his name. It's a racist dog whistle. Okay.
I've come to bring...
I kind of figured the last name was a dog whistle, but I didn't want to say anything.
A word of warning. Stop what you're doing before it's too late. Crime and savagery will only increase with every Haitian you bring in.
He's saying that because they're black. Why Haitians? Because Springfield, Ohio, recently accepted about 15,000 Haitian refugees. So there's a large influx of Haitian refugees in the area, and he was protesting against that because he's a virulent racist. And yeah, the reason Haitians are coming here is because they've been granted a special protected status since like the earthquakes years ago, but that special status has continued because their country is currently undergoing like a collapse. And so a lot of refugees are coming now, and he's just a racist.
And with it, public frustration and anger.
You sound threatening to me. I'm gonna
Based on the comments
if I could
tonight,
ask the police to go ahead.
I'm sure I don't need to tell you that.
Just sound threatening if you go ahead and just peacefully be removed.
These people didn't ask for this. And they deserve better than to have to put up with violent,
Thank you
unruly
so much.
outsiders.
You're done. Thank you. That's all. Thank you so much. Not really thank you, but...
That's the most aggression you'll ever see at a commission meeting. Not really thank you. So that's kind of the ground zero for what's been going on here. And, well, let's just say there's kind of like this carousel of stupid racist idiots that's currently just circulating through the Springfield Commission speaker podium. Here's another guy who has a pretty interesting argument for what's going on in Springfield these days. And I will say this guy does actually look like he'd be a character on The Simpsons. Derogatory.
You know, the homeless problem. I don't know of a single homeless Haitian in this town because they all got vouchers. But I can show you a whole bunch of people that have been displaced because I'm that guy. Rob, you know. For 25 years, I've worked with the homeless in this community. You know, A lot of people don't know because I'm not the guy out there blowing the horn. Because it ain't about me. It's the Jesus in me that goes out there and does it. Trust me, there's days I'm tired. But I'll get into homeless camps that nobody in a suit and tie will walk into. None.
But his problem is that there aren't enough homeless Haitians. There aren't enough homeless refugees in this town.
They trust
It's racist Mario Santa.
me because I've never let them down. You know, and guys, if you don't think it's here right now, in October, we are getting ready to hit a wall here. There is not any relief for the homeless. The homeless people in this community are not the people you think they are, the squatters that aren't happening. It's not there. There's veterans. Come see me. I'm not real hard to find. Ask anybody on the street. They'll tell you how to get a hold of me. I'll take you there. And no, they don't want your toothpaste and your peanut butter sandwiches. They want you to come up with a solution to why they're displaced, why they lived in a house. I personally know, and I'll testify under oath, my hand to God, somebody that lost their house. They were there 7 years. The landlord said, hey, I need you to move out, find a temporary place. I'm going to remodel it, and then you can come back.
Thank you,
It was a
Baron.
lie. They moved him out, tripled the rent.
Thank you.
Follow
Thank you for
the
speaking.
money.
They're kicking out the tenants and putting in the Haitians. The Haitians are taking the housing. It's so crazy. You aren't seeing any homeless Haitians.
Chat, you disappoint me. More subs. We're not here to asterisk spiders.
What? Is that what does that mean? Salmon Moose, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, truly showing the BWA spirit as well as the Yeehaw Shimp spirit. Frankly. Thank you very much. Actual question. Shoot. Foxbat, shoot. Shoot away. Also, we are now 3 subs away from our goal. I believe in you, chat. I believe. Yeah, kicking people out so you can charge more in rent is a very common practice. Is it possible that the housing vouchers are worth more than the market rent in an area prior to all this? Maybe. I haven't looked at the housing policies in that area. So, it's possible. It's easy, Jack. Are you here to fuck spiders? Never. No. My answer's no. Also, Blueberry Bumblebee, I don't think I added your sub. NSE, thank you for the sub as well. We are now 1 sub away. Appreciate all y'all. We're almost there. Spiders can't give enthusiastic informed consent. Believe it or not, I actually have a video possibly related to this, okay? You might say spiders can't give informed consent, and yet, are you guys ready to see one of the greatest videos of all time? I don't know if it's one of the greatest. It's just a mildly entertaining video, okay? It's definitely not the greatest. Sorry, I need to scroll through a number of tweets. Nice. Found it. All right. Are you guys ready? You guys ready for one of the greatest videos of all time? All right. These two spiders. This tiny black one is the male. This fuzzy one is the lady. Let's see what happens.
Look at my tiny, tiny Fartillus male trying his best. Unbelievable. He's trying. I don't think he's gonna be successful.
Please,
She's
please,
too big.
Please, please.
She's like, get off of me, flea.
Please.
Look at this knucklehead.
Please, please, please.
He's just too small.
Please. Please, 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 please,
Oh,
please,
can he
please,
do
please,
it?
please,
Can he
please,
do
please,
it?
please, please.
I doubt it, y'all. Look at this dark.
Please, please, please,
Come on,
please, please,
Bubs.
please,
Come
please,
on.
please,
He's trying.
please,
He's trying. He's trying. Oh,
please, 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 please.
she's being
Please, please,
receptive.
please,
Can he
please.
do it?
Please.
Oh,
please,
he's gonna do it, you guys.
please.
Come on, flip the booty.
Please.
Flip it.
Please, 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 please.
Little dynamite.
Just a
Don't
crumb,
doubt the dynamite.
Just a crumb of sex.
Crazy, y'all.
Please. Please, 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 please.
All right. Here we go. Boom. We're locked. He's a pumping. Second Fartillus mom.
Look, maybe there isn't such a thing as enthusiastic spider consent, but maybe instead it's mostly like, fine consent, you know? I'm speechless. Nature. A lot of keepers give females food to prevent the males from dying. Oh, so she was munching on that so that she wouldn't just eat that little guy. Jumping spider females not consenting strongly is them eating the male. True, she's like 3 times his size. Spiders have it all figured out, man. Tarantulas put the female into a trance-like state to give them time to escape after the deal? Are you kidding me? God, nature's amazing. Goodness gracious. We got really off track. Oh. Females often live for 30 or more years? Damn! Okay. He's like, she's eating. This is my chance to not die. Please, 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 please. I've been training my entire life for this moment. I have all the skills I need to riz her up. Please, 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 please. Dragonfly.
I'm not a fan of analog horror, but I know a lot of people like it. Enjoy, everyone. Thanks for the
Dragonfly.
streams, Jack.
1, you're welcome, and 2, you've done it. You've put us over. You got a tier 4 sub to put us over too. And you did it selflessly. Not you. This isn't even a segment you wanted. You did that for all of us. So everyone, yeah, Kippy over in Twitch chat, Samurai over in YouTube chat, everyone's saying thank you, Dragonfly. Yeah, that last analog horror was a little intense. I think this is going to be a little bit at least a little bit more surreal, which could help, you know, like it always helps.
This is just too surreal for me.
You know, that helps the horror, I think. I'm not much into analog horror either. I just like to make sure Jack has fun in stream too. Oh, thank you, Salmon Moose. I appreciate you. And at least it's not 40k lore. Fair. What is analog horror? It's like low budget horror that as a genre kind of popped up on YouTube, and it's usually done on like VHS or like early digital style devices, or at least with that type of aesthetic. And it also it also tends to veer into kind of like surreal directions. One of the big ones, one of the big daddy creators of the genre, I would largely credit to Kane Pixels, who at like 16 years old made like a hugely popular series called The Backrooms. And he, I think, like turned 18 like a year ago and got a deal with A24 to make a film. So like he's like the real deal kind of filmmaker. And a lot of people are kind of coming up using like similarly working on like $0 budget productions, but still making really fantastic and phenomenal and creative work. Mr. Manticore being like one of the big ones that I personally adore. And there are a number of other creators out there as well. We just started watching a new one the other day called The Tuesday Tapes. And that one got a little bit too real. That towed the line to where I was like, I maybe I shouldn't watch this on on stream. But we made it through. And yeah. Oh, I haven't seen Midwest Angelica, but that's on the list. Oh yeah, the Mandela catalog is also really up there. But went back to uni, that's where I'd do a thesis. That'd be so cool. I'd love to read that. It's weird because I hate horror / scary anything, but I've noticed I'll mostly watch scary stuff through streamers. I think it helps to watch scary stuff with people, you know? Like it helps me to watch it too when I'm with all of you guys, you know? Yeah, Marble Hornets is also up there, but I have to be honest, I tried to watch Marble Hornets. It's really hard to go back to. It really feels of its time, you know? Okay, but that's enough. Actually, I think I'm gonna get some water. I will be back in like 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Maybe get yourself some snacks, use the bathroom, etc. And yeah, let's. I'll be right back, folks.
When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with would crush us with his might. Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. They say our day is over. They say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue. They divide us men and women, they divide us old and young. But they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung. For the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the Union makes us strong.
Hello. Yes, it's Mechagodzilla hoodie time. The nice hoodie, isn't it, Foxbat? My partner gave it to me for my birthday. All right. Just have to prep myself for being scared shitless. Okay. Now, I do have to say, I do feel like Backrooms content gets under my skin very specifically. So I reserve the right to just freak the fuck out, okay? Anyway, let's check it out. Which aspect? It's the liminal spaces. The liminal spaces freak me out. There's so much like sinister intent that I read in liminal spaces that it gets under my skin. It makes me crawl, like makes my skin crawl. There's a game that I tried to play on stream, and maybe we'll go back and play it. That is basically a game about exploring these liminal spaces, and there's nothing that chases you or anything in it. It's just navigating those spaces, and it is... What do you mean by liminal spaces? I mean like a space that doesn't work the way it should. You know, like in the back rooms, they're like walking down an endless hallway, but like everything is just not quite right, you know? And then you can loop around and be back where you started by just taking a right. And like it's like the liminal space itself feels like it's supposed to go somewhere, but it winds up not going anywhere, you know? It's like it is a place intended to go to another place, not to be inhabited, not to be stuck in. And yet part of the horror of like stuff like the Backrooms is that you are just perpetually in a place that is not intended for you to be. And so like there's a lack of order to it, while simultaneously having the appearance of order. And it causes a very unnerving dissonance to me. Also, Existential Otter, thank you for logging in specifically to say you enjoyed that usage. Endless stair loop in Super Mario 64? Yeah, kinda. Like, the example that I showed earlier on stream, right? Here's just like this guy. It's just a compilation of clips from this guy exploring like fancy hotels and hotel rooms. Like this is an example of like being stuck in these liminal spaces and how it can be just very unnerving.
So there's nothing... There's a whole shopping arcade up here. Look at it. But the shops are empty. What's going on? Someone will tell me in the comments. Gold shop must be open, right? Wow, look at the carpets. This is just so very odd. I tell you what, not all the air conditioning is working. Yikes. I don't think this is the way to the beach. I stand corrected. Oh, this smells bad. Not gonna lie, the smell of damp down here is... It's me.
Yeah, there's an almost sense of claustrophobia to it as well.
Down here. I don't know whether I should go down there. This just keeps going and going. Don't understand why, but I've just got out here. I don't think I should be up here, should I? No. Oh my god. That goes even higher. Oh my god. 72nd floor. This is my floor, isn't it? Isn't it? Oh no, don't tell me. Don't tell me I can't get in. I can't believe this has blooming happened. I hope I can get out on one of these floors. Oh, thank God I can. Oh. That's nice. Oh, nice carpet.
Yeah, it's like it's somehow just creepy being in these empty, like, real world locations, and like it's a bit, well, you'll get it. Here we go. We're just gonna dive in. This is Backrooms found footage number 3. So as a, I should probably hit, there we go. So for those of you who haven't been watching along with my dive into the Backrooms, right? Essentially, I'll try and catch you up on the lore as best I remember it. Of course, you can always go and watch the older segments where I kind of try and piece it together. But essentially, a government company and a government experiment that then got handed over to a company found a way to open portals to like other places. And there happened to be this anomaly during one of the experiments that opened up a portal that was stable to kind of this seemingly endless liminal space that gets dubbed the Backrooms. And of course, the company decides, hey, let's monetize this by billing it as a solution to all of our waste disposal, our any living space issues. We'll just block off hallways, build walls, etc. in this space, and everything will be fine. But they start exploring it, and they find a lot of weird stuff in there that seems to be related to the otherworldliness of this place. And as this company continues to do these research experiments, it seemingly starts to break down the barrier between the Backrooms world and the human world, the two universes. And so people start glitching into the Backrooms, i.e. falling through like streets or blipping out of existence while driving. And they fall into the Backrooms and get stuck there. Sometimes seemingly forever, other times for only like a few hours. But the thing is, like, once you get in, like, finding your way out is almost impossible. And if you do find your way out, you could find your way out into a portal to our world that's like 3 miles up in the air, which is what at least one of the cameras from someone who got stuck in the Backrooms does. And so this all happens, right? And similarly along these lines, we have the story of one of the researchers who gets sent in as part of an exploratory mission to the Backrooms. He gets separated from his group and glitches into a different part of the back rooms. It seems to be some kind of time-based anomaly. And so he winds up being trapped in the back rooms for months. And we also learn that there are creatures, possibly humans, that have been stuck in the back rooms for long periods of time. Or even more disturbingly, maybe attempts by the back rooms to emulate human beings. Because one of the things about the back rooms is all of like the building materials seem vaguely human, right? And so part of maybe one of the theories is that the back rooms is like slowly trying to emulate our universe, our world, like some kind of parasitical organism. Do I remember correctly that you don't starve or dehydrate? I genuinely don't know. What I do know is that there is a specific type of mold that permeates the back rooms and thrives there. I think you can die of natural causes in there. At one point, I think they find like a decomposed body. So it's a lot. There's a lot going on. But this guy who gets separated, he finds his way back to kind of the research outpost months later, and he's been declared dead. The company doesn't want to reintroduce him to the outside world because they don't have a cover story for it. And essentially, he decides there's no way they're going to let him out, so he tries to make a run for the outside world, but gets captured or killed by the company. And that's kind of where we were at. All right? So, I didn't think we were going to get any more. But it looks like we're going back into the back rooms, and I am worried. But I have all of you here, and I think this is going to be real fun, so let's jump right in. Help, I'm stuck in the back rooms right now. I only got my phone and a Game Boy Color with a copy of Wario Land 3. What do? You beat that Wario Land 3, okay? An element that's popping up a lot in this video that was established in prior videos, a substance that looks like black mold. Okay, yeah. Yeah, there's like a mutant mold in the back rooms, yeah. All right. This a game? Nope. It is a 45-minute long short film, so let's go. Also, if it has to do with that mold, I guess get ready for some pretty gnarly body horror. Let's go.
Attorney in the Oklahoma City bar.
On our left, you can see the Ferris wheel. Over on the right is the food. Straight ahead is the agricultural barn. Look at it.
Back to the hotel that night and was listening to the footage, I realized I recorded a Monsanto exec joking with a DPR manager about a sick kid referring to it as the bug-eyed one. And sure, I like making fun of diseased kids as much as the next guy, but right after that, one of them basically admitted to fault, which, mind you, they aren't doing publicly at all. They said something along the lines of, well, hey, if we accidentally push out the entire county, you might just get that ranch you always wanted. Fucking A, man.
Okay, so no like maintenance or anything?
Hey! Someone there?
Fuck me. Shit.
Hey! Someone here? Hey!
There's not gonna be anything to plot. Yeah, alright, cool. Oh, God. That's the scariest chair I've seen in my life.
Someone there?
Oh, God. Get a flashlight, dude. Every cell in my body's expecting a jump scare, right? God. Oh, God. Why did that poster of Arnold scare me so much? God damn it! It's not a Puma. Oh God. Oh God. Why is it so scary? Why? That's actually pretty simple. I think you could do it. This is actually, like, super reasonable, right? I guess he wasn't able to make it up there.
The record. I did not know this was here.
Yeah, the HR meeting hits different when it's a mile below your house. Say that. Don't say stuff like that.
I don't understand. How is this even here?
I really don't like all the different sized chairs, though. Especially don't like that rolling one. It's very ominous. Chat, stop. Stop. Yeah, okay, look. See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean when I say this stuff, like, gets under my skin. Because this table is blocking the door. And on the other side of the door, it's just bricks. And, like, why is there a brick wall behind that door? Because this place wasn't made by people. It is a place that just looks like it was made by people. And it's clearly made that way for a reason, but it's all off. It's like aliens made it, but they made it wrong. Like, yeah, it's like almost like something looked at our world and made it wrong on in order to, like, trick us just enough for us to get inside it, and then it consumes us, you know? Like, that's what it feels like. Please stop saying those aren't chairs, because it's really freaking me out, because I don't know if you're right or not. And frankly, I wouldn't put it past this video to end with a bunch of chairs wheeling after him like it's a fucking goddamn chase scene, okay? I wouldn't put it past that. And frankly, as I say it out loud, it seems like the most likely outcome now, and now I'm freaked out because there's an awful lot of chairs. Look at this chair. Fuck that. Light it on fire. If you can.
What the fuck?
Yeah, but my chair knows its place, Olive Rider. I don't trust these chairs.
Huh.
The vibes are so bad. Oh shit, are the lights off? Oh, the lights turned off. Fuck that.
Fucking hell.
Fuck that. Oh no. Oh, it's locked. Oh, fuck. doesn't he just break the glass? I don't know. Maybe he doesn't want to make loud noises while he's in a very scary, creepy place. I don't like this one bit. Turn that light on. I don't fucking know. Nope. Nope. Don't like this. Don't like this. This is like the worst part of spelunking. Oh god. Oh god, it's JD Vance's house. So are those cameras?
What the fuck is
that a microwave? Oh no, there's a light fixture.
This is so weird.
Fuck, dude. I don't like it. I don't like it.
What kind of place is this?
Who is this even meant for?
It's not meant for you.
This isn't the... I don't see where this could be above ground.
I think that's the first time we've seen it. Something that looks like the sky in this. What did that one chair do to be cast out of the circle? I want to know if the music is playing in the world, or if that's video. Nah. You go back the way you came, get on that wardrobe, and get into the other place. Oh, God. One of the best parts about this is that this design for the mat doesn't make any sense. You know? Like, it's good attention to detail here. Okay, this is very clearly dedicated to JD Vance.
Finally. I don't fucking like this.
Yeah, all of this is fucking rancid, dude. It's all fucking bad. Fuck, dude.
Okay.
I really hope the chairs aren't alive.
This better be an exit.
Oh boy, we're getting some black mold, baby! See the walls, chat? The black mold is here. Which also means body horror time. So, for context, in an earlier episode, they found like a decomposing body that was being eaten by like a mutated version of like hay fever or something. Yeah, we found J.K. Rowling's section of the back rooms. Also, can I just say, I really don't appreciate the arrangement of items in what looks like, you know, occult pentagrams. Like, not pentagrams, but like occult placement of objects. I don't like that. Is that like the map? I don't think so. Fuck, dude. Oh, is it playing through the speaker?
Oh my god.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck, is it a chair? Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck, dude.
I'm trying to leave. I don't want any trouble.
Maybe shut the door. Maybe that'll help. I don't think it's gonna help.
Hello? Hey!
how was this filmed? My understanding is that Kane Pixels, like, digitally creates these spaces. But, like, his quality of work is just so good. So, like, a lot of this is, like, digitally made, I think, in Blender and stuff. Oh, I hate this. Oh, I hate this. What the fuck? Yeah, the unreality and the low res hide the artifice. So, like, really well. I actually just assumed it was. Okay, so the music is coming through speakers in here. Yeah, like, this space is just like stealing or trying to emulate our universe. And it's so fucking scary. Wait, before we go too far, what is on this? What are these pictures? Are they pictures of chairs? What are they? It's really hard to tell. Is that an eye? I don't think so. But it looks like feet or fingers. And a chair. Garfield guy. Maybe Garfield. Just feet without people? Yeah. Mega desk. It's all music stuff. So now this place is emulating much more complicated things. You gonna try and climb down this here?
Okay.
What's really worrying about this to me is that if the back rooms can copy much more complicated stuff, what happens when it tries to copy something more complicated than electronics, like a person, or, you know, if it's, you know, an unthinking kind of force, like, tries to copy concepts that we have, you know, like gods or spirits, or, you know, like, to what extent can it learn and copy things? And that's with my understanding that this place is trying to, like, parasitically copy reality or steal reality. Oh, is he gonna try and radio for help?
Come on. Radio check. Does anyone copy? Radio check.
Do you copy? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. Does anybody copy? Yes. Yes. Yes.
Sun bases are very cool. Dude, where are you going? Where are you going? Why are you going back there? Oh, is it because the music stopped? Oh, I don't like this. Yeah, this sounds like not a person. This sounds bad. Oh my fuck! What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Oh shit, is he going to Sign Town? We're going back to Sign Town. The signs were in an earlier episode. Maybe. I don't know how much you can correlate what you see with different areas. Fine to me. God damn it. Oh god. The randomly placed columns, the insane architectural generation. What the hell is this? I'd be fucking cry laughing too. Cause like at that point, like, what do you do? You're fucked, man. You're just fucked. Yeah, sure, why not? The chairs are on the tables now. Why not? Anything goes in Biden's America. He needs to survive. Yeah, he does. Honestly, there is a part of me that's like, break the window and jump out into the street, you know? Like, get going. Clearly, maybe the street goes somewhere. Where's he gonna eat, though? I don't know. There's a lot of mold. Maybe he can eat that mold. The droning of the iridescent lights would drive me nuts. In like the OG background stuff. If you're getting close to the outpost, that'd be pretty cool. I'm wishing the best for this guy. Like, he kinda got fucked, but it's not his fault. Oh, he's back! Remember when I said he should have just climbed on top of that wardrobe and gone over here? He could have done that the entire time. Dude, why? So close to home. Well, I hate that. Thanks.
Okay.
What the fuck is going on? Hey, baby. Oh, God. Oh, dog, I hate this. Oh, God, the vibes are so bad. Guys. Do you know how bad? Do you know how rancid the vibes have to be for this? Can I just show you something, okay? Because this is what I immediately think of when I see a house built inside of a larger room, okay? And it's very specifically this image, all right? I'm just gonna throw it up on screen. We're talking the FBI meticulously assembling the Unabomber's cabin. Or sorry, the man who shot the Unabomber's cabin. I don't like this either. That's the bad house. Yeah. That's what this house reminds me of. And you shouldn't go there. Okay, I'm going to set aside the fact that this looks like a guy who's just melded with the floor. I'm going to set that aside for now. But I just realized, chat, we see a lot of piles of clothes littering the back rooms. And I had just assumed that those were things that the back rooms had generated. But we don't see people. And the one thing that looked vaguely people-like was a scary, fast zombie creature. And the only other thing we see are tracks of mold or smears of mold against the walls. And, I think that what we're looking at here are people who've been sucked into the back rooms and who have gotten stuck there, infected with this black mold, and turned into creatures like the thing that this guy encountered. And they're just running around. They're just running around. And they left their clothes behind. And I'm real scared because there's a lot of piles of clothes, chat. There's been a lot of piles of clothes the entire time throughout this series. Also, what happens if they get out of the back rooms? Yeah. So, I don't know about that. Really? And, now we have this guy. Well, didn't this start with the backrooms invading a house? And one second, because that makes me think of something. We're at 36 minutes and 8 seconds, okay? We're at 36 minutes and 8 seconds. I want to go back and look at this scene real quick. And I want you guys to tell me, is there glass inside the house?
Fuck me.
Because that looks to me like the glass is outside the house. Yeah. So, Amber Brains... this guy was investigating. He thought someone broke into his house. I think one, if not more of those things, broke out of the back rooms through his house and jumped through the window. An indeterminate number of those things. Yeah, someone broke out of his house from the closet. Yeah. Oh, fuck, dude. The vibes are vibing. Okay. A non-zero number. Maybe it was someone who escaped breaking out. Maybe. That'd be nice. The house is coming from inside the house. Okay, well, also, I think we get confirmation here that the earlier cloud image we saw was artificial. You know, like... Oh, God. Also, maybe this house fell into the bathrooms, like the entire house? Oh, good, we have mold footprints. That's good. That's safe. Oh, this is scary as shit. Found some alcohol, that's good. What is that? Is that a foot? Is that a fucking foot? Or a shoe? Shoe. Slipped through the floor.
But one way or another, just sooner is better than later, for sure, because we're cleaning things up. All this is empty right now, but we've got a few people looking at it. And
I don't think that's a person talking, chat.
Well, you know, it would be helpful if you could come by on Wednesday and have a look at the place. The price is going down, but you gotta get out here sooner or later, because time is not in our hands here. The clock's ticking, right? The price is going down.
Hello?
Hold on, sorry, I think someone's outside. Someone out there?
I'm sorry. I don't know where I am. I need help.
You're on private property. You need to leave.
I'm trying, okay? I don't want to be...
This is the guy who keeps coming around here trying to talk to my boys.
What? No, my name is Robbie, sir. I'm not trying to cause you any trouble. I'm just lost.
My family's trying to sleep. Leave or I'm calling the police. If you really need help, the station's a quarter mile down the road.
Listen, I can't. I've been walking for like 9 fucking hours, man. Where the hell are we? I can't even see you. Actually, do call the cops. That's fine. Just please help me out here. Hello?
Where are you?
What?
Where the hell are you? I just looked outside and I don't see you.
I'm not... I'm in like a living room with a fish on the wall.
What? Is this some kind of game you're doing? Are you having a laugh over this?
I'm not. It's just, it sounds like you're on the other side of this wall, but this door goes nowhere.
Are you in my walls?
What? I don't know where I am. I've been trapped in this goddamn hell building for hours, and you're the first actual person I found. So can you please just, I don't know, get a hole in the...
I don't understand. How is this possible? I can hear you, but...
I don't know, man. I don't know. I just need to go home.
Why can't you leave?
I just told you there's no fucking exits or anything. This place keeps going on forever. Can you just show me where the exit is and I'll be out of here?
Okay, alright, listen, we're having some of the wainscoting here redone. I can open up the wall here, it's still loose, but I need you to move slowly, alright?
Thank you.
Come out with your hands first. I want to see your face. And we'll take things from there.
Thank you. I think it's...
What the fuck? What? Oh my god. Oh my god, wow, what the fuck?
Hello? Hey, what happened? Hello? Oh, God, please!
It's been a while. It's been a little while. I was thinking I'm running out of time to talk to a lawyer about my job. I keep thinking about this moment when I was like 7. It was at that park back home when the windmill thing with the face used to scare me. It was summer. The sky was... I don't remember the sky. It was hot out. Gary and Linda were there. You were there. I think you just got that orange
bike that got stolen. A lot of your friends were there. I can see your faces so clearly. I just want to go home. I just want to go home. I'm sorry for all the stuff that I did and said. I'm just gonna fix it.
Well, on the the good news is, I guess, for him, is that we can glean one additional thing about this video. And that's the fact that it's called found footage number 3. So somehow that footage was recovered. Who found the footage? Probably the evil company that's trying to monetize this place. So it's found footage, first of all, but second of all, it doesn't mean he's alive, but it does mean that if he died there, they did find his body, or maybe again, I think there were some earlier implications, like maybe you can't die of like natural causes in the back rooms. I don't remember if that's the case or not, but if it is the case, he could have been found with the footage. Yeah, his body or his pile of clothes. Yeah. Yeah. So here's the thing that wrecks me, right? So the guy said he had kids, right? And we see piles of clothes outside and moldy bacteria smudges. And some of those holes are very, very small. You could hear the kids scream. Oh, fuck. You're right. Shit. Oh, God. Yeah, that seems like 4 bundles of and we have one set of tracks going in here. And we have the bottle of Jack. I don't know what to make of the clipping through the floor, though. That looks almost explosive. And we do know that the back rooms exists in space and time. So, like, it is entirely possible that he sent his voice back in time and those people got trapped in the past. Right? Ugh. This was fun. Yeah, it's fucking me up though. Not gonna lie. Are the tracks going in or out though? I think they're going in. Perhaps the last bit was in the outside area, what with the red lighting. That could be, which I think we have reason to believe those road areas connect with other road areas. And honestly, I wouldn't put it past this. I wouldn't put it past Kane to do something like weird. But in the sense that, like, let's see here. Yeah, here we go. Right? We linger on this for a hot minute, right? And I'm wondering, because usually there's not really a sense of coherent order in the back rooms, but I'm wondering if this is actually, if this like corresponds to the road structure in the back rooms. And if so, like, does this show how the back rooms might connect to, like, the second found footage video? I think it was... I think it was Pitfalls. This one...
George will wreck any minute, then we can assess the situation from there.
See, this one, they stumble across a road, right? And I'm wondering if this road connects to the road we saw in found footage number 3. Because also we have the same, like, super red lights, you know?
But what if Miller's right about the null zones?
Even if that's the case, I agree with Mark. It's not worth the risk.
Oh my god.
Marvin? Marvin, do you copy?
Hello? Can you hear me? What are you doing? I'm trying to find them. I know how to get back. It's fine.
Keep us posted.
Anyway. It seems like these roads might go on to other places. Sometimes a rug is just a rug, but I am wondering if the roads connect to each other in a way where, like, that would be the avenue around which they find the footage, you know? That space shouldn't fucking echo. There's a lot of things that shouldn't be the way they are in the back rooms. The carpet-shaped dude also kind of looks like he's holding a radio, and since Robbie here used a radio tower to try and reach out, maybe a rescue team tried to go in? Maybe. I also suspect that signs of the mold tend to correlate to people falling in too, because we see that with the car that crashed in a prior episode. Yeah, exactly, Kippy. My big theory is that because the mold is actually some kind of strange bacteria-looking thing and it tends to engulf things, living or not, that come from our world, the car that crashed, people, equipment, bacteria engulfing reminds me of how immune systems work. So my theory is that the bacteria is the backroom universe immune system trying to attack and absorb the invasive bodies. I think you might be right. But what concerns me is that I don't think that the back rooms can create things. How do I put this? I feel like it can create space and objects, and maybe it can manipulate biologicals that enter. So, because it's not full cloth like creating this new fungus. It seems to be altering a fungus that came in. And so I'm wondering to like what extent it's aware or like doing things on purpose, I guess. How much agency does this space have? The fabrication of the spaces in the rooms was part of the company's failed system. I don't see, this is the thing, Kippy. I don't think the company was trying to fabricate spaces or rooms. I think they were just trying to find a place to put junk, right? Or find a stable gateway to anywhere that they could then try and figure out how to monetize. And so I think they stumbled across this backroom space, and they don't know what it is. Yeah, they 100% don't know what it is. And I think there does seem to be an element of it being like an organism or a parasite. And that freaks me out. But what even freaks me out more is the idea that it might have intelligence behind it. That it might have a reason for doing the things it's doing, or even like an intent that's like malevolent, you know? The weird organism angle is so alien and eldritch and genuinely cosmic horror terrifying, and I dig it. This is how you do modern cosmic horror, right? Yeah, and it's so crazy because this is like made on like such a $0 budget. I'm so excited to see what happens when they throw like a couple $1 million at this guy, you know? Malevolent but not intelligent. I mean, it's definitely I feel like it's malevolent. I don't know if it's intending to be malevolent. And I'm not sold on the idea that it's not intelligent. I think it's figuring out more and more stuff about us, you know? Like, it it brought in a bottle of Jack Daniels. Or maybe that fell in with somebody. I don't know. It's malevolent, but if it's intelligent, it's not a person. Well, I don't think it's a person. I didn't say that it's a person. I'm just wondering if it's intelligent as in like aware of itself, or even aware of what it's doing, you know? If it's the equivalent of a human wandering into an old barn and spraying a wasp colony with poison because it's invasive and in the way. Yeah, like, what is it? Is it I guess one of the questions is it interested specifically in us?
Have you checked out SCPs?
I've dabbled in SCPs, Iridescended Kitten. Thank you for the $5 dono, by the way. I've dabbled in them. I haven't looked into them a whole lot because I don't know much about like the SCP universe, I guess. Like I don't know if it's interested in us or if it's kind of just doing the thing it does by like absorbing other realities. And if that is what it does, like it like takes like the metaphysical concept of order from other realities and like makes that its own, then part of what I wonder, and it kind of begs the question, what about the parts of it that absorbed other places prior to us? You know? 'Cause if this thing is even an entity, right? If it is an entity and it just kind of bumbles around knocking into other universes, right? What else might be in there from other universes? You know? Maybe it's arranging everything it absorbed randomly. But the thing is, it doesn't seem like it's arranging everything randomly, right? Because it has different discrete sections of itself, you know, that have different vibes or like different rooms that conform to certain categorization, you know? And like, that seems like it's not completely random, right? It's leaking into our world because we fucked around and now we are finding out. Well, yes, we are. That is what is happening, yeah. But I wonder how many times it's done this before to other people in other places. Can you see alien worlds from within? That is interesting. Well, I don't know. Like, when they're outside on like the streets, are they seeing elements from alien worlds? Like when they look up, I don't know. Like, maybe no one has explored deep enough to find out yet, you know? Do we know whether there are different areas or if the backrooms in general changes over time? We do know that there are different areas because we've seen explorers go into different areas with different themes and such. Big question to me is, how does distance or direction even work? The only sense in which distance and direction work are if you have a fixed point of reference. And so far, the only people in this setting that really have a fixed point of reference to start exploring the back rooms and mapping it out are the like company that has the portal, right? And even then, like, it varies. Sometimes different aspects of the explored area are unreliable and can like just jump you forward several months. Wasn't he talking about a disappeared family or kid at the beginning? Oh, fuck. Wait, I missed that. Here, let's back up.
Defense attorney in the Oklahoma City bar.
On our left, you can see the Ferris wheel. Over on the right is the food. Straight ahead is the agricultural barn. Look at it.
Back to the hotel that night and was listening to the footage, I realized I recorded a Monsanto exec joking with a DPR manager about a sick kid referring to it as the bug-eyed one. And sure, I like making fun of diseased kids as much as the next guy, but right after that, one of them basically admitted to fault, which, mind you, they aren't doing publicly at all. They said something along the lines of, Well, hey, if we accidentally push out the entire county, you might just get that ranch you always wanted. Fucking A, man.
A sick kid. Huh? A sick kid.
Sorry, I think I'm gonna have to call. This is Robbie. I'm a tenant in the upstairs at Fairmont. Yeah, that's me. I'm just calling to ask to see if there's anybody supposed to be checking out the downstairs today. Okay, so no like maintenance or anything.
So it does kind of seem like at the beginning here he's talking about possibly a kid infected with the mold. Cause let's take a look real quick. Like, I feel like it might be referring to this kid from the autopsy report video, which was 2 years ago. That seems to be the reference point here. God. Kane Pixels, you son of a bitch. You can't keep getting away with it. But I hope you do. My goodness. Well done, well played, impeccably put together. Oh, thanks for, I'm glad you like my hoodie, Samurai. Well thought, it's well thought out together and incredibly scary. Yeah, it's freaky. But what's incredible to me is that it's so freaky so often with absolutely nothing happening for like 15-minute stretches, and then something small will happen and it just feels like it just gets under my skin, you know? I love it. So good. He broke the mold. Boo. Folks, we've been going for 5 hours now. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. I mostly talk about politics, but sometimes we talk about analog horror, and it's pretty fun. You know what? I'm really glad we never got chair people, okay? I'm really glad we didn't get a goofy scene where a bunch of chairs start bobbling after him. I'm glad that didn't happen because unironically, as silly as that concept sounds, it would have scared the shit out of me. There were too many weird chairs. Chat did it to me, Kippy. Chat kept telling me the chairs were alive. Okay? I blame chat. God. I was thinking the chairs just start moving like insects. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The chairs are alive with the sound of music. Oh boy. Here, I have a very apropos video for you guys. Just, you know, it just fits with it fits with what I expected, frankly. I expected the chairs to move like this thing. Let me see if I can pull up the video. Here it is. So there's a guy who does fun little carpentry projects, right? And here's one of his latest ones. And frankly, this is what I was fully expecting from, like, the chairs. It's so cool, but it creeps me right the fuck out. Right? Oh god, I love it and I hate it. Little chair crab. Cool idea, burn it. Man, I love the two sides of chat. One is just like, I want it, it's my friend, and the other side is kill it with fire. If we didn't just get freaked out about crawling chairs, I'd think it was cute. That's not real, is it? Samurai, it is real. This guy, Gilliam de Carpentier, on Twitter. He's the senior principal tech programmer at Guerrilla Games. Get right out of town. Nice. Yeah, he talks about how he made it and how he programmed it, and you can build one. Isn't that neat? Here, I'll link it in chat. Oh my god. What is this? Oh yeah, I love these things. This guy is cool. I don't know if I can show the video, but maybe I'll show the part of it in motion. Yeah. Look at how fun this is. Just makes like these little autonomous robots powered by the wind.
This is a project that he's worked on exclusively since then for 21 years. He is a Dutch artist. That's a very strong tradition that a visual artist has to work with and against sometimes.
I love little contraptions.
He manages to make things that look so close to being alive that you almost can't believe that they aren't.
It's so fun. Yeah. It's not very little. They're not little. They get bigger and more elaborate as time goes on. Oh. All right. I think I am going to end stream, and I'm going to throw a movie on the Discord. So if you guys would like to watch a movie together, come on over to the Discord. We'll be morbing for a little bit. And let's see. Let's raid into... Beep, boop, 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 boop. Right into Doodleburb. Gonna raid into Doodleburb. Gonna raid into Doodleburb. Gonna raid into Doodleburb. Everyone better be nice. Alright. Sending the raiders off. And the rest of you, good night. And I'll see you. I think I might see you tomorrow. We'll see how things shake out. Oh man. I'm sleepy. Good night, everybody. What's the Discord? The Discord's just riverboat.gg/Discord. If you would like to join Verisimilitude. Or !Discord. I think that should work. If not, it did not. /Discord. There you go. Just copy and paste that into your browser. You'll be good to go. All right. Bye, everybody. Do 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 do.